Our hero's name is Hao Xian. The guy is very lazy and does everything to lie on the bed for days and wait for his death. He loves to watch adult magazines and plays video games. However, more than 3 years ago, he was transferred to the fantastic world of cultivators, about which everyone except him dreams of. Now, the future of the young man has changed dramatically because he ended up in another world. His soul moved to another body, and Hao Xian had to perform different tasks for the development of himself as an experienced warrior of martial arts. Once he found strange manuscripts in the house of his former owner. On the secret shelf lay a book with secret fighting techniques, which turned out to be very interesting. Hao Xian read a few paragraphs from a notebook and noticed that demonic wings had grown behind him. This was very surprised by the young man, because he did not know that he had found a Western theme. Soon, he was tired of it. It was very boring to cultivate, and he decided that he would not do this. The hero tried hard to figure out what to do. He clearly understood that he could miss his second chance that heaven provided him. He did not want to be punished. Suddenly, a chair flew out from under the fifth point of Hao Xian. This was done by God of Heaven, who began to scream at the guy, telling how much strength he put into him. Mirage turned out to be very believable, and this pushed him to action. To begin with, the guy decided to cheer up and make some push-ups. He felt special, because many people dream of finding such a chance, to get into another world. The body was filled with great power. It seemed as if the energy was unrestrained to break out. He made one approach, and then he fell, face to the floor. The mood turned out to be below the baseboard, and inside there was no sufficient amount of desire to change something in his life. Hao Xian began to prove to himself that he did everything he could. The guy looked at the picture of his past and mentally said goodbye to his life. He thought that in heaven he would be able to overcome his laziness. Then the young man went on the field, where he lazily watched the clouds, and this is all so that he could do his rest. Unity with nature was prevented by a system that suddenly appeared in front of a relaxed young man. He did not yet know that besides apathy, he had another serious drawback. The program brought a warning to the screen that before the end of the quest, there were 100 days. And then she added that for the failure of the assignment, it would lead to the death of the body of the young man. Now, Hao Xian has seriously tensed because he realized that he was very afraid to die. The hero did not understand where the time restriction came from, and how could he miss this so important point? The young man was blown up and flew into the city. From the head of the young man, the thought that he was already beginning to die. All the way, it haunted him. Already indelible has faded into the background because it was not a joke. He clearly decided that he should hurry and complete the program's task. The time for the hero has passed, unnoticed. The road was long, but he passed it as soon as possible, and so, 3 months later, the guy was at the Yuntai Mountain. Now it was necessary to go, at first glance, into a regular cave. Once inside, he fell on the cold earth. Finally, he got to the destination. The back just fell off. In front of him was a fence of sharp stones that protected the precious pearl. To complete the system task, you need to activate this radiant core. Hao Xian decided not to delay and approached him better. He looked at this bright ball and thought that he was very strange. As soon as the young man touched the pearl, the camber was illuminated the whole cave, and the system congratulated the hero on the beginning of activation. And Hao Xian heard that now he had to get acquainted with the heavenly palace, which he had heard about for the first time. Now, the Jade Emperor runs there, who in 1473 gave rise to the Golden Era. This is a very special time in the history of the Heavenly Palace. This ruler was the 12 Higher Masters, who were very strong. Each of them could easily defeat any of the emperors of the Heavenly Palace of other eras. However, despite such an invincible power, the castle is attacked. All famous cultivators die in a fierce battle for the empire. No one unknown, mysterious personalities who came from somewhere in the west and caused the fall of the Heavenly Palace. 9 dark figures call themselves Black Brilliance, and they are in the future, because at the moment there is 770, third year in the Jade calendar. That is, the destruction of the palace will not occur soon. The system voiced the following task. The hero should help the 12 strongest masters surpass themselves and become even stronger. The program tried to convey to the young man that the only way cultivators would be able to defeat the organization of dark figures and save the world from destruction after 700 years. For the successful passage of the mission, the guy relied on the initial award. Hao Xian received a map of a magnificent sage. This item can allow to gain the power of one of the strong masters who have reached the highest skill, but only for a short time. Then information appeared on the screen that the guy was moving into the second round of the quest. In it, he needed to turn to Mount Huaguo, where the king of monkeys lives. This animal is at the initial stage of cultivation, and he needs Haoxian help to gain 30% of possible strength. However, the young man was in no hurry to start a new mission. It seemed to him that the system had given him too complicated. He's not at all familiar with the language of monkeys, and if he enters their territory, he will certainly become easy prey for a wild primacy. Hao Xian was very angry and gave free rein to his emotions. The young man threw the screen on the ground and began to express all his discontent to her. Then he began to trample the blue panel with his feet. The hero decided that he was mocking him, because all these 3 months he was in a hurry here. But not for the sake of this short video about the king of monkeys, but to save his life. But it turned out that he was checked, and the guy had to go around half the world so that the system showed the next mission. Hao Xian finished, and the display began to slowly recover. The hero was waiting for them to say how much time they would give him for execution. He remembered that the program gave the first quest a little over 3 years, and he wanted to be even more now. The young man had already relaxed and said goodbye to all the worries and was preparing for a wonderful vacation. He thought all the problems would wait. At this moment, Hao Xian looked like a patient who greatly launched his illness, called laziness, and when he opened his eyes, he saw on the display that the time of execution of the quest was only 3 days. The hero covered the system with a 3-story obscenity, and again the feeling that someone wants his death again was given to him, since he was sending him such trials. Hao Xian could not recover. The young man grabbed his head because he could not find the right solution. His feeling of anxiety worsened. The guy remembered that the last time he was helped by the thought that his life is at risk, and he decided to take advantage of the same. The hero knew the road to the mountain and hit the road. 3 days passed, and at the foot of the Huago mountain, they caught Hao Xian. He tearfully begged for the cultivators to let him go, but they wanted to know the purpose of finding a mortal young man in the rocks in which demonic animals live. The master Liu Wen spoke with the guy. He was in the Tianmen sect. This community was one of the 3 great righteous sects. The old man had the last step of the stage of the immortal baby. Hao Xin came up with the story that he collected healing herbs and accidentally ended up here. The hero felt that he had failed, because he could not find the king of the monkeys. But then he stumbled upon some cultivators, who were completely inhospitable. Then he again listened to notations about his act. The guy began to ask for forgiveness and said that he would leave here. However, the master Liu Wen grinned and said that he has an interesting offer to the guy. His eyes lit up. The old man wanted to pump all the blood of the young man and turn her into a pill of bloody qi. With this, he was going to attract a couple of demons. Hao Xian was terribly scared. He began to call them, to change their minds, because they are in the righteous sect, which means that they are forbidden to think and even pronounce such nightmare ideas. The hero knew very well that the immortals have an iron rule that they are forbidden to touch ordinary people. His words made fun of cultivators. Having calmed down a little, the master Liu Yuan called the young man naive. And then he said that in their community there is only one rule, the law of the jungle, and others have never been. Hao Xian realized that he was in danger, and now he will definitely not be let go. He was a little confused, but then he remembered the gold card. Rising, the hero was determined. He ordered the enemies to stay away. Otherwise, he would have to use secret weapons against them. At first, he thought to take from the pont. And what if they retreat? But he saw that the cultivators did not budge. He went on to action. Well, okay. The guy will have to use a consumable item. And then with the King of Monkeys, he symbolizes something. As soon as the gold card was removed from the pocket, the whole body of the hero stabbed. He realized that the reward has already begun a transformation in his body. Everything happened very quickly. The monster came to life now and stood right behind the back of our young man. The werewolf shouted loudly, and the body of Haoxian continuously accepted a huge amount of power. He began to feel that he was about to burst now. Cultivators were wary of the transformation of the mortal, and the master Liu Yuan did not understand what was happening to him. And where did the young man get so much qi? When it ended, Hao Xian began to feel a pleasant feeling of invincible power. How good he was! He was eager to get into battle as soon as possible and test his abilities. It seemed to be a monster who called the cultivators to approach him so that he would show them a true place and correctly interpreted the law of the jungle. The guy decided to do everything possible to fill this lesson for a long time. But after the transformation, 5 minutes passed, and the young man began to understand that his strength was evaporating. Hao Xian did not understand what the joke was. He remembered that the system warned that the power gave a short-term effect, but the guy did not think that everything would be so fast. Then the display appeared, and the voice congratulated the young man on the successful activation of the map. Now he was allowed to turn into the King of Monkeys at any convenient time. Using new abilities will be available in 10 minutes. Here, Hao Xian completely lost his mind. How can he occupy his enemies at all this time? Why is the heavens again so unfair to him because he is on a hair from death? Why did the system not warn about such surprises before? Meanwhile, the old man had already raised the young man above the ground and began to shake very much. He wanted to hear where the hero got such abilities from, and when the master Liu Yuan wanted to literally knock out all the information from the guy, he heard that someone was calling him. Turning around, the old man saw that an army of monkeys was approaching them, headed by the very tidbit of which he tracked down for so long. On the hill stood Sun Wukong, which was the king of monkeys, or rather his young version. Behind the warrior there was a combat sword, and his appearance was too frightening to start the attack first. Sun Wukong called everyone to justice. He wanted to know why the cultivators decided to hunt for his relatives. Master Liu Yuan thought that the king could forget in such a wilderness, and seeing that the enemy was tuned to the battle, was not tuned to such a fight. The old man reluctantly began to prepare for the attack. He still wanted to compete with a more powerful adversary, although such powerful demons prefer not to get out of their holes. Even when they do that, their students are in trouble. The sage thought that he should not bother the elder, and he would be able to cope with the company of the sudden saviors of Hao Xian. Then the master ordered the rest of the cultivators to cover it so that he could have time to complete 2 high-ranking spells. However, the guys began to panic because in front of them was the real King of Monkeys. And against him, their low-ranking spells do not act in any way. Liu Yuan, realizing that they had great chances to die, still continued to insist and shouted that they would win a little time. He was sure that his spell would kill the King of Demons. Sun Wukong heard his enemy. He was very curious to find out what kind of secret conspiracy he had agreed to him. The guy decided to mock them and defiantly lay down on the ground, with the words that he would wait until the old man will be ready. He believed that the master Liu Yuan was too self-confident and ordered him not to rush, otherwise everything would not be able to. He promised that he would wait as much as it would be required. The cultivators obediently stood aside, tried not to even breathe, if only their opponent did not change his mind. and Hao Xian was in the hands of such an outcome of events, because he could start the time of use of his abilities in 8 minutes. The master accepted the handouts of his enemy. He saw how Sun Wukong is confident in his abilities, and therefore said that he should not resort to different tricks. Otherwise, the guy will lose his face to his monkeys. 5 minutes later, the old man finally finished. The king quickly rose. He was already bored with being in standby mode. The master Liu Yuan was at the very top of his tornado, and a pentagram of magic symbols and signs was spinning over his head. The old man laughed. He called the king stupid and said that he was behaving like typical villains from fairy tales. Then he said that now he would use the divine treasure that the head of the sect granted him. The rest of the cultivators cautiously watched their leader and did not understand what he was talking about. The only negative of this gift is in a very long activation, and they hoped that everything would go smoothly further. The master Liu Yuan focused on the king of demons. The man said goodbye to him and said that their second meeting would happen in the next life and sent his attack on him. Following his blow, a ray of destructive power began to come out of each magic field. The old man was on the verge of madness. He was torn from what he possessed. As soon as the spell touched the ground, everyone felt indescribable pressure, which pressed them down. The master Liu Yuan could not wait for this attack for Sun Wukong. He continued to wish the guy of death. Meanwhile, the rays of the conspiracy have almost reached their goal. While the king was completely calm, the last thing his servant saw was a promising smile. The enemy was very pleased. From a height, he saw his spell absorbed Sun Wukong, leaving nothing from him. And then again, he began to praise his ability, which erased the king of monkeys. He began to say that because of his excessive self-confidence, the guy died. After his speech, the master heard a familiar voice behind him, who asked why he began to rejoice so early ahead of time. There was Sun Wukong, which increased in size and looked even more frightening than before. It was not a scratch, and this led the old man into a stupor. The king was very fast. He gave enough time for the enemy to show himself. Now his turn came. The guy was about to show the enemy real power. The rest of the cultivators silently watched, how failure to fail from the leader. They saw Sun Wukong with a naked fist to take a whole mountain. Meanwhile, he did not stop there. He thought that he should not immediately kill the sage, and one should show respect for the elderly master. He decided to ask him if Liu Yuan was ready to continue the battle. At that moment, the elder fell to the young man on his knees and folded his hands, which said that he was given. Then the cultivator began to admire the power of the enemy and asked him to save his life. Hearing the desired, Sun Wukong decreased to his real size because the battle was completed by his victory. When the king headed towards the old man, our hero attracted his attention. He intently examined the strange character. This look began to strain Hao Xian, and the young man began to come up with excuses that he was in no way connected with his enemies. It was no longer funny. The hero did not understand how he attracted the attention of the king, because he did not even have the power of Qi. Meanwhile, it was displayed on the display that it remained for another 40 seconds to wait. Now at least Sun Wukong recalled that from the very beginning, this young man had caused unpleasant sensations in him. His intuition never failed, and therefore decided to arrange a check from 33 seconds. Hao Xian begins to tell the story that he has arrived in order to express his respect to the king of monkeys. It became interesting, Sun Wukong, and he wanted to listen to the guy. 30 seconds. The hero began to tell that since childhood, he is a fan of a powerful demon from the Huaguo mountain, and he dreamed of a personal meeting to bow and ask him to take him as a student. Hao Xian saw that he was still 15 seconds, and he issued that if the great demon refuses him, then he would lose the meaning of life. Sun Wukong smiled. He was struck that exploits were known all over the world, and the hero confirmed his words and said that if he tells the lie, then let the lightning kill him immediately. But suddenly the smile disappeared, and he became serious. It remained to wait only 5 seconds, but they were for Hao Xian eternity. And the king suspected a lie. and decided to become for the young man that very lightning. Sun Wukong has long decided for himself that he would never accept the students of mortal people. He believed that they were not worthy to be his receivers. The king of demons attacked the hero, and when the dust was scattered, he saw that Hao Xian had disappeared. Then he thought that his intuition was not right and the young man was not an ordinary mortal. At the top of the mountain, our boyfriend stood. Now the time has expired, and he could take advantage of the promised abilities. The young man looked towards the king and said that he had a truly frightening force that would lead him far. Sun Wukong was motionless. Now he had a feeling that this character has turned into his relatives. Everyone around was shocked by the last events, and Hao Xian continued to stand at the top, like a leader on Olympus. The hero liked that he impressed everyone with his transformation. The guy was in front of everyone when suddenly disappeared, and he disappeared in order to punish his offenders. And he decided to start with the Master Liu Yuan. The hero approached him from the back and painfully hit his spear. Then Hao Xiao interrupted the silence and asked the old man if he still wants to suck his blood for the pill. Then he grabbed the poor fellow by the leg and began to throw him on the one hand to the other. He was eager to start the battle to find out which of them is stronger. When Hao Xian realized that Liu Yuan was not even, he decided to punish the arrogant old man as a naughty child, and he did not even think to resist. Sun Wukong was surprised by this death behavior. When he woke up, he realized that it would be interesting further. His eyes opened wider, and a toothy smile froze on the lips. At that moment, he looked like a frantic monkey. Sun Wukong decided that there is enough humiliation with the Master Liu Yuan. He called out Hao Xian and said that it was time to fight the real enemy, the king of the monkeys. The hero saw very well that the enemy could not wait to start the battle. And unlike his duelist, the young man tried to hold his face and was more restrained. But this battle was not destined to happen, because someone was more great and powerful than they were. Trying to cling to any opportunity to escape, the Master Liu Yuan began to scream so that the immortal stranger saves him. He began to complain about the behavior of the king of the monkeys and Hao Xian, and wanted the great to quickly deal with two upstarts. Going down a little lower, the new member said that he was one of the immortal masters of the heavenly palace, and it is not clear to him why the sinful demons still have not leaned before him. The stubborn king of the monkeys chewed and only crouched, bowing his head. He had long ceased to believe in this holy place, and in his plans it was something to rise to them and make a commotion there. Taking this opportunity, Sun Wukong took advantage of the spell of the golden light chains. By this, he wanted to subjugate the immortal master. For a moment, he pretended that the actions of the king of the monkeys had acted on him. But he became uncomfortable, and he decided to finish pretending to be pretended. Bounded by magic threads, the immortal master laughed loudly. He asked Sun Wukong, did he think that such a spell would stop the true master? He made an attempt to free himself, but nothing came of it. He was diligently puffing, like a steam locomotive, and strained, only still remained hostage. It was panicked. It turns out that the immortal master was absent for several years, and just during this time the demons became much stronger. Sun Wukong realized that he could not be free and decided to connect his totem beast. All life flashed before the eyes of the unfortunate master. It turned out that he flew by and simply decided to show off. But he should have been careful. The Sun Wukong dragon did not even let his victim say the last word, but quickly snapped his teeth, swallowing a helpless young master. But the representative from the heavenly kingdom could not just die. It would be too stupid. The miracle never happened. Instead, the beast of the king of demons managed to break into the next stage. Sun Wukong was proud that he decided to take a chance and attack the strongest heavenly master. Against the backdrop of nerves, the old man Liu Yuan lost consciousness. He could not come to terms that the great gentleman handed over all his accumulation of qi to some demon. Now the sage is definitely a dead man. And the totem beast, meanwhile, already seemed from the Middle Kingdom. After cultivation, he acquired a noble green color. The army of the King of the Monkeys was surprised because they never saw such an animal that was the size of Huaguo Mountain. The owner of the dragon did not cease to rejoice because he became the 12-winged Dragon King. He was very pleased to feel in this role. Sun Wukong imagined himself invincible. Now he should not even be afraid of his teacher. The guy felt like the lord of the world. His euphoria did not last long, because from the Middle Kingdom, a gold pillar of endless energy appeared, which was aimed at the dragon. All those present froze in anticipation of what would happen. The staff crushed the totemic animal of the King of Monkeys like a fly. This blow with an explosive wave swept in the nearest places and made a lot of noise. A huge crater remained at the scene of the blow, at the bottom of which a puddle of blood remained from the beast. So the first 12 winged king in the history of this world tragically died at the age of 765 years. He never showed his strength in battle, but that was not all. Before Sun Wukong could recover from one loss, a new trouble was waiting for him. His army of monkeys looked towards Huaguo Mountain, but now there was no longer a hill. Where will they spend the night now? And on the sidelines stood Hao Xian. The guy guiltily scratched his back of his head and justified himself that he first used the staff with golden hoops. It was not easy for him to control its size, because the destruction turned out to be large, scale. Sun Wukong looked into this deep hole and understood that if this pillar walked along it, then he would have died a long time ago. Then he turned to the hero and began to shout that he was not going to be experimental for his new toy. He wanted them to fight one-on-one, without any weapon. But Hao Xian did not care what to compete in strength, speed, or endurance. Because so that the King of Monkeys would not choose, the guy will still be better than the opponent. The young man was very angry with Sun Wukong, who still believed that he was not capable of without a staff. He decided to arrange a speed in speed, although it was his weakest side. The guy asked if he knows whether Hao Xian about the existence of the island of the immortal Penglai, on which the lotus grows the beginning of all the principles. The hero was from the future, and of course heard about this place. Great. So far, everything went according to plan, because the King of the Monkeys proposed to disrupt the leaf of the plant, and who will do this, the first will be the winner. And as soon as Hao Xian nodded in agreement, Sun Wukong immediately took advantage of the magical cloud, with the help of which he left the Huaguo Mountain. In parting, the King of Monkeys told his opponent that he would never overtake him. Cultivators with the Master Liu Yuan noticed how quickly their enemy disappeared. Well, the Masters knew that the island of Penglai is in 500 meters, but they did not have time to change their minds, as the second monkey also disappeared, in the direction they knew. The cold land plot was a rather strange and mystical place, full of strange phenomena and immortal entities. Sun Wukong has already arrived here, which means that he has already passed almost half of the competition. True, he had not quite a successful landing. Due to this, farewell to the golden cloud was not the most affectionate. The guy could not end the flight normally and believed that this was not his fault at all. The desired find did not need to search for it at all, and as soon as the King of the Monkeys recovered from the fall, he was able to see that the flower is very close to him. The bold Sun Wukong considered all the 28 lotus petals, which were in place, and began to attribute to himself another quick victory, because nowhere in the vicinity he saw Hao Xian. Returning to the source place at the Huaguo Mountain, the King of the Monkeys watched all the same faces. He realized that they are not going to disperse because the situation is very interesting. Hao Xian specified his enemy as if he had been late, because everyone began to think that he would have to wait until tomorrow. The present noticed the abrasions on the face of the King of the Monkeys, and he hastened to tell that on the way he had to figure it out. Sun Wukong was in a hurry to change the subject and shouted to the hero that if he returned before, this does not mean anything yet. He examined Hao Xian and did not find any signs of a lotus sheet. Does this mean that the guy lost? But the young man was in no hurry to open his cards. He replied that the Monkey King probably did not know his flower, or not. But Sun Wukong did not care about his words. He showed everyone that he took with him the lotus of the beginning of all the principles, on which there are all the petals, which means that it was he who used to reach him. The audience was speechless. Before, they have never seen such a precious plant. It turns out that the King of Demons really flew over the half of the continent in 20 minutes. Realizing that his authority begins to grow, Sun Wukong laughed in the face of his enemy. Then he said that it was not difficult. Just a small run did not stop anyone yet. Hao Shen silently watched the rival bathing in the rays of glory. By virtue of his laziness, he understood that he was losing a lot, and it was he who could be in the place of the king. But indifference always won. Then the hero honestly admitted that he really did not get the leaves of the lotus, and Sun Wukong wanted him to recognize his defeat as soon as possible. And our boyfriend said that there was a serious reason for that. After all, as soon as he went to the island of the immortals, he was noticed by heavenly gods and goddesses because of his speed. And in order not to incur trouble and hesitate, I decided to stop and go back to the mountain. No one witnessed this scene because everyone was silent, deciding to take his word for him. Only one Sun Wukong laughed to tears. He said that this is another stupidity, and the guy boasts again. The relatives supported their king, and also began to laugh. What nonsense! Someone in the crowd asked, maybe Hao Xian also managed to scare the Jade Emperor to death. When the minute of fun ended, Sun Wukong continued to find out who won the competition. The guy wanted the hero to admit that the King of Demons defeated him in an honest fight. Hao Xian had no choice but to repeat his path, a dangerous path, to prove to the rest that it really was the way he told. He ordered everyone to look carefully, otherwise they will say again that he came up with everything. The young man took overclocking and at the speed of the planet rushed forward. He could not be caught, and no one saw Hao Xian anymore. Only a trace remained from him. A trench. And after a short time he decided to return, and all his energy began to spin, right next to all cultivators. It was a fascinating sight. The whirlwind flew up, turning into a pillar that goes into the sky. And now he already touched the Middle Kingdom, who met the hero's energy with numerous lightning. It was hard to believe that this is really possible. Observers, without taking their eyes, followed this magical phenomenon. Clouds began to thicken. The portal opened into the world of immortal gods and goddesses. Strange narrow strips began to appear around the perimeter from the energy pillar, and then the cracks began to expand and turn into the eyes. There were an infinite number of them. Now no one will be left without their attention. It became creepy. Sun Wukong himself became terrible, who did not understand what was happening now and how it could end. Finally, the culprit of all this phenomenon appeared. In the appearance of Hao Xian, it was noticeable that he himself was not happy that he started this. The hero realized that it seems that he should not escape at full speed. The next time you need to be careful with this. Too dangerous. Now you need to figure out how to return everything back. Sun Wukong has never since been born from stone, has never experienced such a feeling. Now, the King of Monkeys realized what the state of hopelessness means. At this moment, a display appeared, on which there was a congratulation for Hao Xian. He coped with the mission and helped to find the King of Monkeys 5% more of his potential. Sun Wukong looked very depressed. He realized that he had lost, and the point was not at all in who had a lotus flower. But I decided not to give up, and decided to find the reason for my failure. Perhaps this is somehow connected with his beautiful armor and weapons, so that he refused to recognize the other as the winner. Hearing what Sun Wukong touched, the heroes suggested lend him all his equipment and repeat the competition. This idea seemed to the King of Demons even more crazy. Hao Xian warned the guy that after that he would no longer cover his future defeat. There is no problem, Sun Wukong willingly agreed. let him take off his defense. The king was sure that without his toys, he was nothing. But when awareness came to him, the guy blushed markedly. A long pause hung in the air. Suddenly, Sun Wukong changed his mind sharply, and saying that he had urgent affairs and their battle must be transferred for an indefinite period, he ordered his army to follow him. The behavior of the king of monkeys seemed very strange, Haoxian. He could not understand what was in his head, and why did he refuse such a favorable offer? His relatives also did not understand the decision of their leader. They began to return it back, because it would never again be such a chance. They began to put pressure on Pity, because this unknown immortal destroyed their Huaguo Mountain, which is the land of their ancestors. It should definitely take revenge for it. Sun Wukong once again thought over everything and decided that he was in a hurry to refuse. Then he said that he was ready to accept the armor. Hao Xian noticed that the guy was planning something when he said that he needed time to change his mind. But there was nothing to do because he was not going to take his words back. When the king of monkeys disappeared behind a bunch of stones, he began to quickly change clothes, because he did not want someone to see his secret, which he so carefully hid from everyone. If it is opened, then it will be the end. While he was completely immersed in the process, he did not notice at all how Hao Xian crept up to him and saw what he managed to hide for so long. The hero began to crush wildly and was in a hurry to move away from Sun Wukong as soon as possible, because the guy became frantic. He began to pursue him, to beat him for spying on him. The king of monkeys was so carried away by persecution that he did not notice that he had left his shelter by half, naked. Now, not only one Hao Xian has considered his secret, but all the others. On the shoulder of the malicious, daring leader of the demons, a sweet tattoo showed up. This could not be true, but still reality. From all sides, reproaches immediately fell on him, as he could make such a female image. Some questioned his orientation. Sun Wukong began to defend himself. He said that he would kill everyone if they continued to mock his self-expression. He was wondering why he could not like a sweet tattoo. Anger was replaced by depression. He fell to the ground and began to cry. Why cannot he remain a strong man who likes cute? No one was going to abandon their duties, but personal space is normal. 10 minutes passed and Sun Wukong was not recognized. He calmed down, gathered, and went out in a new outfit to the public, trying to forget about the shame and focus on your enemy. Seeing that Hao Xian was almost naked, he laughed. The king said that he knew that the whole thing was only an armor and weapons. Now he liked how everything happened. Sun Wukong again felt in his element. It was already eager to kill his offender, who was unpleasant to him from the very beginning. The king of demons decided to attack the opponent immediately with the most powerful blow of the golden staff, and the hero put a fist in front of him. He could not remember what this blow was called, and hesitated a little. He did not come up with anything, decided to leave his blow without a name. But Sun Wukong could not even imagine that his defeat could wait again, because the hero was open from all sides. There was a bright flash. Then there was an explosion that was so powerful that a wave of confrontation of two energies became noticeable even from space. A couple of minutes after the start of the battle, the portal opened, which helped to explain a lot to Sun Wukong. He was intended to create Hao Xian. This world was divided into two directions. One carried the brightest and warmest sensations. Good, warmth, and favorable energy reigned there. And the second side is the wilderness, where it was cold and gloomy. The sun never shone there, and there was no vegetation at all. Having visited such an excursion, Sun Wukong finally realized that he was just a piece in this vast world. In fact, he imagined a lot to himself, and his truth is incorrect. And the king is still very weak and devoid of everything. What the guy experienced was very insulting to feel. It turns out that the destructive power that he always had in reality has no weight in the real world. Hao Xin stood at the top, and waited for his enemy to return from his journey. The hero hoped that when he returned, he would become completely different. And this happened. Sun Wukong returned very bewildered and was in no hurry to move. He wanted to digest all the information that he received in these couple of minutes of his disconnection from reality. It seems that he is completely lost in time. The poor man could not decide on what light he is he alive at all? The hero's hopes were not justified. When he saw that the enemy had opened his eyes, he immediately realized that he could not understand the type of power of the great Dio. Understanding that with the help of the Tao voice, he will become perfect, the king began to ask for instructions for this weapon. But the answer was already ready for him. Halcyon said that you do not need to be so obsessed with its improvement. It does not matter at all this desire for immortality or the search for unique weapons, because the most important king of monkeys does not want to understand. He does not want to recognize one truth, that everything great is imperfect. Hao Shen proposed to refuse to chase the best, and the fact that life is different, and there are both victories and failures. Only if you can understand this meaning, then the true meaning of the great Tao will immediately understand. Sun Wukong was not ready for such truth. He always thought the opposite, and now the goal to which he has been going all his life was no longer so desirable. And all thanks to our hero. It was so shocked by his personality that he simply did not know what to do next. In his head, the words were constantly heard that the great Dio was not impeccable. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt how something began to crumble inside him. And then he flew somewhere into the unknown. And now he already stands in front of huge gates. They were very strange, and moss covered them in some places. Everywhere there was a special air in which it blew magic and secret. The curious king of the demons was not at all scared, but on the contrary, he wanted to find out as soon as possible what was behind the gates. There, the guy was able to find his new Dao path. Sun Wukong reached 30% of its possible force. The hero's task was completed, and he received a reward. The map of the great sage Neja. Hao Xuan really liked that every time he performs tasks, he was laid for some kind of prize. If they issue cards of the Masters of the Heavenly Palace in a peak form, then it will be very developed. Now, the hero may not worry about his safety. Sun Wukong approached the guy and began to ask him to take him to his students. Hao Xion was not opposed, only put up one condition that had to be fulfilled. So to speak, pass the entrance exam. The King of Demons was ready for anything, just to be as close to his new benefactor. The young man ordered that he would become his successor if he could abandon his strong love for female little things. This is the only thing that embarrassed Hao Xian, and he wanted to quickly save Sun Wukong from this fetish. This was due to, in order to avoid ridicule and rumors in the future, that the daring king has the inclinations of gay. He was in a hurry to make a choice, rather. On the one hand, there is a strong and unshakable man, and on the other to remain an affectionate beast with strange hobbies. The king only had to swear, and he would be accepted. It was very difficult. Instead of saying his choice, the king of demons burst into tears like a girl. He asked for forgiveness and replied that he could not do this. He understood that men should not have such a fetish. I was well aware that this is not normal, but he likes it and could not do anything about it. Hao Xian could no longer restrain laughter. To look more serious, he even closed his mouth with his hands so that the laughter would not burst out. The hero was no longer enough to continue his game. The next moment he picked up Sun Wukong and admitted that all this was a joke. Of course, the young man will be accepted as a student and there is no need to change anything in himself. Hao Shen says that while his addictions are not harmful to anyone, then they can like anything. Those who make fun of other people's hobbies are unworthy of respect. And then the hero promised that he would protect his student if someone dares to say that Sun Wukong is strange. From this moment, they are a team. The guy decided to finish the process of accepting the pupil and hastened to go further. The king of demons had to hurry because a bad sign would lag behind. Following them, everyone else followed. They asked to take them with them in chorus, and everyone also wanted to become the same student as Sun Wukong. However, our hero did not want to have so many pupils at all, because this will only increase the risk of falling into some dangerous story. Yes, in general, that the strongest masters were able to betray their virtue was strange. He began to analyze what was happening. This world seemed too incomprehensible to him. Take, for example, the dragon of the king of monkeys. Because he had oriental roots, this creature is clearly from the West, and those spells that the Liu Yuan master was capable of. This is also magic from Western paraphernalia, and it seems that the locals are not surprised and already used to it. Didn't the system say that in 700 years some Western community will come here and make a coup? And the program was right there. The new task sounded like this: to find in the kingdom of New Year a fairy of 9 heavens, which at first costs its cultivation, and help it gain 30% of its potentially possible strength. Hao Xian from the story was familiar with this warrior girl, who was the first who managed to become the immortal goddess of the heavenly palace. Well, it was impossible to refuse the assignment, and therefore the young man accepted his new mission. The Kingdom of Nuyur was a very famous place in the world, and all because this state was inhabited exclusively by women. Just at that time in the main palace, the last stage of submission took place in a magic dungeon. The essence was constrained in the chains, and a female figure was sitting near the chair. The victim was a demon of dead souls. He was completely immobilized so as not to harm anyone, and from the outside, it might seem that he was no longer alive. Realizing that his reception did not work, he began to tell his lord compliments. He tried to set her against the great master, saying that she deserves to take his throne and assured that he was above all by the presence of abilities. But the girl missed his words by she was quite happy with the fact that she rules the city of women and is the queen. 3 days passed when she fought with the demon, and she managed to defeat him. Askas. Leo insisted that he leave useless attempts to get out of the shackles and just give up. The girl claimed that he would not be able to escape, even if he turned into dust, because the demon was falling on the bait of her unique abilities. The queen knew how to use the complex of 1,000 opportunities, and was sure that in this world there would be no person who could get out of her networks. However, the demon of the dead souls has not yet tried all his abilities. He said that he managed to master the power of the limit. At that moment, a portal began to appear near the warrior. It was very unexpected, because she was not at all ready for this. Xiliang tried not to move or breathe, so that the black hole would not feel it. But this did not help, and the girl fell there. It turned out to be incomprehensible where the darkness was everywhere. She became terrible because the situation got out of control, and then skeletons with red eyes began to appear, which approached her. The girl continued to hear the voice of the demon, who asked how his guest feels. The demon said that, being here, he is a real king who has unlimited power. Such was his strength of the limit. It all happened under hypnosis. And unfortunately, Xi Liang came to his territory, and now the role of the lady has changed to the role of the victim. He mocked the queen. She lost, and now the kingdom of Nuyur will belong to the demon. Well, in addition to the state of women, he remained such a daring beauty in Manhwa Liang. It seems that he had special plans for her. A week passed, and the guys almost reached the kingdom. Hao Jian was tired, and although Nuyur was very close, he was lazy as usual and stretched time until the very last day. He simply did not want to complete this task, too often had to strain, and there was no time for rest. Sun Wukong was constantly hiding behind the stones. The guy asked if he must look like that, but Hao Xian replied that this is part of the student's task and said to go out and not hide. The pupil obediently complied with his teacher. His clothes were too beautiful and elegant. Even for himself, it was an overkill with femininity. But the teacher did not think so at all. He believed that there is nothing shameful in this, because this is a kind of therapy that could cure Sun Wukong. At the end, Hao Xian hugged the guy tightly and said that he would not intentionally harm his student, although in fact it was a plan, because this is how many will refuse to attack such a cute baby. It was a very good idea because the number of potential enemies will decrease by half. The guys did not notice that they have been surveillance for a long time. The demon was waiting for a suitable case to attack them. He was going to do it so as to create less noise. The villain turned out to be a low man who had funny eyebrows. He held a long, smoking pipe in his hands, and in the company there was a huge bodyguard with him. The stranger said that his faces are unfamiliar to him, which means that they are not local. The man suggested that they were in search of a place for an overnight stay, and he just has free rooms where the guys would have a great time and spend quite a bit of money. Hao Xian has such a quick acquaintance into a stupor. The hero was hanging for a while, and he needed to digest all the sentences that he received in the last minute. Common sense ordered the hero to think about the upcoming completion of the task, and not to let dirty thoughts into the head. The world of immortal cultivators is not the same as human, and the man, as if he had heard his thoughts, and whispered to the guy that, in his apartments, all are very young and beautiful. Knowing how 100% can lure them, he waited for the main information. After all, there was something else that he wanted to tell the guys about. The old man told them that his master had already captured the Queen of Nuye, and now the City of Women is completely at their disposal. Hao Xian was undoubtedly interested in the point of view of as a careerist, and not as an animal, eager for mating. In support of his words, he suggested looking at his core. The persistence of this demon was very strong, and his words turned out to be reality. The faces who flashed in the luminous core of the man looked exhausted. The hero did not see a single friend of the girl. However, it was evident that they were treated very badly. Seeing that he had impressed the villain, said that this is not all, and he has something more exciting. For more perverted customers, they have a special detachment of warriors with whom you can come up with everything you want, but it will cost more. Having seen horror, Sun Wukong was about to defend the heavenly martyrs. And then the guy climbed into Cancer and first attacked the demon. The beaten did not expect such a reaction. He believed that the guys liked this kind of hobby, but the King of Monkeys was ready to kill the stunted villain. His anger was very strong, that he was ready to repeat all the torture with which they subjected the innocent immortals. Hao Xian stopped his student in time, because the young man was going to kill the old man. The hero hastened to finish the beating. Sun Wukong was surprised. Meanwhile, the hero began to excuse the demon for the behavior of his student. He explained such an impulse of feelings by the fact that the guy is still young and hot, does not understand much in his life. Until he changed his mind. It was urgent to leave. A beaten man and his guard looked at the removing figures of the guys. The giant asked why they just let them go. Instead of the chase, the demon decided to continue the way. He realized that the strangers are too cowardly, and they are not at all the characters that he is looking for. The guys have been walking silently for quite some time. Sun Wukong was offended that he was not allowed to finish what he was up to. His species expressed complete dissatisfaction with the actions of the teacher. Hao Xian thought it was time to find out the relationship, and he asked why the king of the monkeys so evil, but he decided to pretend that everything was in order. The hero asked him to think logically if the master seized his whole kingdom. Would they begin to lure all kinds of tramps to himself? The young man solved that it was a trap in which they did not get. Sun Wukong listened to a comrade and realized that these thoughts did not occur to him. It turns out that the entire state of Noyer is one big bait for someone very serious. Hao Xin said that if the student thought that their actions would be left without punishment, he was mistaken. The fact that he could not deal with the old man there, only because he did not want to frighten them off. The Monkey King once again realized that he had chosen a benefactor correctly and began to beg for forgiveness for not thinking about him. Sun Wukong was very apologized that he made the thought that his brave gentleman could act like a cowardly mouse that escapes from problems. He was very ashamed. The words turned out to be true, only now the hero did not want to admit it at all, and silently listened to how the student humiliates and asks for punishment for himself. But instead of physical violence, the guy joked and said that he was completely not like that. He quickly blushed and tried to hide it in every way. Only the hero concealed that he was at first scared, and after a while, he analyzed the situation. Soon, they decided to continue the path to the kingdom to take the enemy by surprise. But they did not notice that a new surveillance began behind them. The pursuer was not going to remain unnoticed and called out the guys. It turned out to be a girl who said that she had caught their accomplices, and now the turn came to them. A slender beauty stood on a hill, and in her hands she held the stuff of two villains already familiar to the guys. Hao Xian froze from surprise. He still did not understand who threatens them. It is quite possible that this is another ambush and you need to be careful. The hero needed time to understand that in front of them, for the character and what abilities have. He noticed that a spell was imposed on the villains, which reduced them in size. The system turned out to be faster than his thoughts and suggested that the guy met his goal of the second quest, the Fairy of Nine Heavens. She was tuned to the battle and did not see that the guys were on the side of justice and was in no way connected with the two villains, whom she had already overcome. With the wishes of the imminent death, she flew towards the guys. They were bastards for her and very much took her away for treating women like toys. Hao Xian did not expect such a quick battle. He tried to cool the ardor of the warrior and began to call her sister, whom he asked to listen. Sun Wukong hastened to stop his master. The guy has not practiced for a long time in force and said that he would do everything himself. He was eager to enter into a fight with the enemy, and then a real massacre began. Opponents took turns attacking each other. They were very strong, and no one wanted to lose. Using their trump cards, they tried to finish the fight as soon as possible. Sun Wukong sent his clone to the girl, who quickly became unusable. She did not like it, because the girl had to spend a lot of energy and effort to cope with the double of her enemy. Sun Wukong admired how quickly she managed to expose him, but nevertheless it was too late to do anything, because the Monkey's King was already preparing for a control strike. She failed, and was at the bottom of the crater. So far, it was incomprehensibly alive or no longer, because after such a blow, no one could move. But it turned out that the fairy was very hardy and managed to rise. It was even more interesting for the frantic Sun Wukong. The guy only warmed up. However, the young man could not harm the girl anymore. Quickly recovered to neutralize her enemy with numerous rays. The king did not have time to understand how she managed to hit him. This happened very quickly. It was evident that the immortal fairy was very strong. No one managed to injure the impudent Sun Wukong. Hao Xin really did not want to interfere with the fight, and all the more, it was not the time to use the gold card. He hurried to the king of the monkeys to ask him, everything is fine with him? And he was at a loss. Before that, if he was asked if he was in order, then probably Sun Wukong could not answer this question with confidence. But after taking a new path, the guy will be able to overcome any opponent. What? Hao Xian did not disgrace? When did he manage to master the power of the limit? This cannot be. The hero decided to ask him again. Sun Wukong confirmed that this is true. Of course, he is not so strong as to be along with the heavenly fairy, but he will have enough power to resist and protect himself. The battle was not completed, and therefore the young man returned to the renewal of attacks. He rested enough and was ready for new victories. The guy began to demonstrate his imperfect great Tao. Heavenly Fairy noticed strange hesitation of spiritual energy before it with such rivals, and Sun Wukong has already begun his merger with chaos. The wind rose, then a fire began to be created, which was spinning around its creator. The world seemed to be shared by two. Those present saw that the power of the King of Monkeys was only growing. Hao Xian saw that the student took possession of the technique, but is he able to cope with the strength and consequences that he is capable of? Sun Wukong was not distracted and completely plunged into his state. My God, this is really the power of the great Tao. Hao Xin watched his student with envy, who had grown up too quickly. It took him only once to look at his goal, as he was immediately able to achieve enlightenment. It was impossible. It turns out that the guy simply has a rare gift with which it can develop at a frantic speed. The fairy looked at the enemy and began to notice that something was wrong with his technique. Or did it seem to her that she was some wrong? But then one small ball of light forced Juan Nu to feel unknown. Incredible pressure hung over the girl. If this goes on and she does not manage to come up with something, then she will certainly die. The fairy decided to use all her swords, from which she made a defense. In appearance, there was nothing especially in her trick. She looked confident and serious. Then the girl began to slowly advance in the direction of Sun Wukong. Step by step, she was approaching her enemy, and her fireball was nothing to her. Hao Xian, not hiding his surprise, watched the Juan Nu suppresses the strength of the king of the monkeys. Her usual chi coped with the frantic power of his student. How is it possible? Sun Wukong watched with horror as the enemy was approaching. He realized that a strong aura came not from the girl herself, but from her swords. Each blade had unique power. It was a real treasure about which legends were composed. The guy was able to recognize this bold girl. He perceived this news with envy, because over the years of the search, he could not find a single such sword. Well, this is commendable, but the guy was still what kind of forces his opponent possessed. Sun Wukong was confident in his abilities. The guy was waiting for her to show everything what she was capable of. Suddenly, the king of monkeys began to notice that his great jaw was beginning to weaken. The guy saw that something inexplicable was happening, and the situation becomes uncontrolled. And then an explosion occurred. The fire was everywhere. Xuan Nu managed to defend himself and not give himself offense. Even an unknown ability to her could not suppress her personality. But Sun Wukong was already lying on the ground. He fell face down and did not move. Hao Xian saw that his pupil was motionless and hastened to bring him to his senses. It turned out that everything was in order with the guy. Only for some time he could not move. Its strength of the limit was too powerful, and so far it is not clear how to control it. So to speak, this is such a side effect. Hao Xian calmed down. He said that his student should not worry, and after several training he will still be able to defeat the fairy. Behind the steps were heard, and the hero saw that the warrior approached them. The girl did not come to her senses and said that she did not think how strong the invaders of her kingdom would be. Hao Xin realized that she would just kill them now and hastened to tell her the whole truth. The hero is not very sure that the warrior will believe him, but this is still better than being silent. The guy stopped the girl right in flight. He insisted that she misunderstood everything when she thought that they were at the same time with the demon who captured her kingdom. Sun Wukong thought to intervene and asked why his teacher was spending time on her, but I received a kick because the hero always tried to resolve the conflict with words, not a fight. Hao Xian recalled that he would have to hold out for 10 minutes again to activate the Neja gold card. According to the plan, the hero first had to appease the Juan Nu, and then it would act on the situation. He began to shout that they were the same good people like her. And he said that they were going to get into the kingdom of New Year in order to free him from the king of demons. Then he received an offer to unite. The girl was in no hurry to agree to this idea. She wanted to hear the evidence that there would be no such words. The fact that she spoke to him already gave the guy confidence. Hao Xian began to say what kind of heavenly fairy is brave and valiant. He said that she was not at all like a one who would kill innocent people, and immediately noticed her noble aura. He began to put pressure on Pity, and said that he was sure that the girl is not indifferent to the lives of ordinary people, because they may not worry that she could harm them. Xuannu completely lost his vigilance and allowed the hero to approach herself. He was right, because she would better let all enemies let go of it by mistake to kill the innocent. But she still warned that she would let go of the guys if they provide evidence of their innocence. Hao Xian realized that it wouldn't work out just like that, and he already had a plan to make it believe that she believed them. He wanted her to take them with her to the kingdom. The girl liked this idea, and she decided to agree, but if something warms her, she would immediately kill the guys. Great. Beautiful words blocked the fairy, and the hero could not help but rejoice. He did not have to spend the strength of the gold card, and half of the mission was practically completed. Xuannu took command in her own hands and said that you should not waste time on empty conversations. Hao Xian grabbed the paralyzed Sun Wukong and followed the girl. She asked to keep a distance of 3 meters, but her words did not affect the hero. He acquired it and said that you should not be so cold, because they are a team. Xuanyu did not like that he did not understand her the first time. Heavenly Fairy decided to tell him what she meant. Taking advantage of her abilities, the girl held a clear border. The hero realized that you should not quickly go to the rapprochement, and that she took them with her. There was nothing to do, the guy agreed to her conditions. While they were walking, the guys had time to think a little. Sun Wukong was still immobilized, and they were close to each other. The Monkey King said that he had one thought about this arrogant nature. She can easily be the daughter of the demon of the sword. Hao Xian did not understand who he means. The guy noticed that the teacher did not understand him and hastened to tell about Lin Huang. However, and then the hero did not understand. He should be afraid or need to make friends with him. The Master of the Sword is located on the top of the list of Masters of the Heavenly Palace, and he is the only famous member of the mysterious organization Chakra. Sun Wukong did not know other details. Hao Xian did not understand a word. All these sects and lists were unfamiliar to him. Unfortunately, his student told everything he knew. Perhaps all these privileges mean that this is the strongest demon of the Heavenly Palace. But the guy had doubts about the relationship of the girl with Lin Huang, because if it turned out to be true, then she would not look so lost when Sun Wukong took advantage of the power of the limit. It was obvious that the girl had never seen such an ability. It was necessary to try to get out more information out of it. Hao Xian asked to reconsider their rule about the distance, because soon they would have to fight side by side with enemies, and it would be difficult to stay away there. The hero suggested discussing the strategy of the upcoming battle. The guy said that because of this distance, it would be very difficult to agree, and in response, he heard that he was mistaken when he thinks that they would fight side by side. What? Why did she decide everything on her own? Hao Xian said that it would be much more effective to defeat the enemy with common efforts. Yes, and Sun Wukong will have time to recover by this time. But the impudent warrior once again repeated that she always fights into one. She was so comfortable, and for the sake of them, she was not going to make exceptions. The hero understood that this was not logical and stupid, until he came up with what to answer, and Sun Wukong was boiling like a kettle. The guy could not restrain himself, and began to scream at the girl that she was too high about herself. Why did she get that she will be able to deal with all the demons alone? Her words were very offended by the guy, and he expressed more than he wanted. Hao Xian tried to plug him, because he only recently was able to establish a good relationship between them. But the Heavenly Fairy corrected the young man, and said that she did not say that she would be able to defeat all the demons. Naturally, if she loses and perishes, then their turn will come to fight. But while she is able to defend herself, she does not need someone else's help. The guys looked at how she continued her journey. And the fact that the girl did not trust anyone meant only one thing, that she had a psychological trauma. Perhaps someone betrayed or substituted it. But why they will have to suffer for what they are not to blame? Hao Xian felt that the girl was terribly lonely, and therefore behaves like an inaccessible ice wall. And so they reached the kingdom of Nuer. The three stood at the main gate, and the air was preceded by the proximity with something disgusting. The guy said that he was even afraid to imagine what was happening inside, and Xuan Nu once again warned the guys so that they would not intervene in her battle. Hao Xian promised to fulfill her request. The young man liked to stand aside and watch the exciting sight. Entering the territory of the kingdom, everything was as they expected. Their appearance attracted the guard. It was a demonic worm. The essence was delighted to new visitors. Hao Xian was frightened because this thing was at the stage of the king of demons, and his students still did not manage to recover. The hero urgently come up with something, because if Xuan Nu throws a guy here, then he will definitely die. Sun Wukong watched how the monster was approaching them and thought whether it was possible to somehow expel this worm from the race of demons. He looked very terribly. Instead of his body, he had skulls that belonged to the residents of the city who disobeyed him. Instead of being afraid and heated, the Fairy of Nine Skies began to attack the monster. Her actions surprised the guys because it was not clear who the demon would attack first of all. Feeling that the battle began without warning, the worm opened his mouth, and from there a bright fire appeared, around which the hurricane of energy, consisting of burning fragments, began to circle. The immortal fairy gained sufficient speed. Protecting herself with a protective dome, the girl raced at a great speed directly to the demon control center. Those fiery fragments that flew past the target caused incredible damage to the kingdom. But the entities were still. He wanted to quickly swallow his guests. The desire to quickly end with the enemy, Xuan Nu, was great, and using all her energy, the girl managed to break through the aura of the worm. The warrior sank to the ground and began to wait until her power was completed. When the enemy's biofield was quite pierced by a cotton sounded, the guys saw how the monster exploded. She killed the king of demons from almost one blow, and then they heard applause. Someone followed the fight from the side and now wanted to admire the impudent girl. A figure was approaching them, which was covered by fire. Just because of it, it was difficult to understand who they would have to deal with. The mysterious alien said that he was very sorry that he was deprived of his beloved animal. A horned, long-haired skeleton appeared in front of them. He said that the fairy has the power of a worthy descendant of the great demon's sword. She was able to kill from one blow. She frowned and directly asked if the demon was familiar with her father. She was replied that this is more than just acquaintance, because they are connected by blood feud. He revealed this connection a little. It turned out that the demon was younger than her father and had long envied his power. Therefore, he said that in his plans to kill Lin Huang's daughter, in order to somehow harm the opponent, then the demon warned that he would now show everyone his king's power, and the guys saw that the enemy began to cause the power of the limit. It would be amazing if he had not owned it. And finally, he added that in this area he is absolutely invincible and resisted to make a minimum of effort to nail them with one finger. The fetters of the demon tied Xuan Nu. It seems that the guys go the next in line. They will not be able to save her in any way. These thoughts were said aloud, but the fairy replied that she did not need third-party help. After her words, she extended her free hand to proceed to her defense. That hour, sharp swords flew. The demon did not understand how she could move, because he was sure that the girl was influenced by his strength of the limit. What kind of miracle woman? While he was thinking how to answer her attack, Xuan Nu broke the enemy's shackles, and now luck was not her side. She pretended enough time that she was not uneasy, and now, knowing the power of the enemy, she was ready to truly fight. The girl admitted that the opponent is strong. She said that while he is in the kingdom, all his abilities lose their invincibility, and the demon, along with all the warriors, became vulnerable. Xuan Nu boasted that her form consisting of legendary swords, a unique weapon that can withstand any invincible enemy. Heavenly Fairy noted that Sun Wukong's abilities, which she had recently seen, were much stronger than her current enemy. The paralyzed king of the monkeys was again convinced that the strength of the limit that his teacher was the best in the world awarded. He is cool. even if such a person as Xuan Nu admired him. The demon was not going to give up, and took advantage of dark magic. He called the Bone Army to the aid. There were an endless amount. What they were so dangerous for so far, it was difficult to understand. But the warrior was not scared. Heavenly Fairy took advantage of the art of the sword, and the dance of the petals of cherry filled more than half of the space of the kingdom. The duel was gaining momentum. The guys watched the legendary opponents who were on different sides of the truth. So to speak, good and evil began the struggle for the championship. Hao Shun saw that they were very strong and asked Sun Wukong if he had recovered. But the young man replied that while his condition remains the same, which meant that the hero would have to use the gold card to ensure the immortal fairy. After all, if the girl dies, then the mission will be failed. The system came to life and on the display showed that the Nezha force was activated. The timer was set for 5 minutes. The hero was glad that with each quest passed, he was relied by concessions. But the bone army of the demon had already broken through the petals of cherry, and the fairy was under the blow of the skulls. She began to defend from the impending trouble with her blade. Xuan Nu will fight to the last, because this is how she has been taught from childhood. Meanwhile, the enemy prepared another gift for a persistent warrior. He saw that the ordinary bone army was too easy for her. Now the demon wanted to take a number, but in size. The skull, which grew every second and gained strength, was a very frightening look. Xuannu looked through the wreckage of the bones of the next attack of her enemy. The girl was ready for everything, because often the most terrible hide useless show offs. The fairy prepared her sword, which has already changed color, and said that she was going to upset the enemy, because this weapon would not work against it. The blade has become as giant as the skull. His point was directed to its very middle. The gift that the girl possessed was called a heavenly treasure. Hao Xian with Sun Wukong immediately noticed that this ability and strength was not inferior to the staff with golden hoops, and the Monkey King noted that this is the real Changmu Huang. The demon did not expect him to be ahead of the attack, and while he was thinking about how to protect himself, on top of the phoenix fell on top of him. After that, there was an explosion. The enemy Xuan Nu began to scream greatly. He was offended that the plans were not true, and his self-confidence was insufficient to defeat the young warrior. When the fire went out and the dust was scattered, the guys saw that a demon was lying at the bottom of the pit. But he was not going to give up and tried to get up. Xuan Nu hurried to him. She ordered him to raise his head and looked into her eyes, and so that the enemy would quickly fulfill her order to threaten him with a sword, so that he could not harm anyone else and finally take his victory. The girl was going to use hypnosis. Her pupil resembled a pentagram. The demon looked at the girl and at the same moment ended up in her shackles. The chains stabbed his hands, and he could not do anything else. At that moment, Xuan Nu was not like itself. She sat on a bunch of skulls and looked high at her hostage. She wanted to know why he thought that in battle he was absolutely invincible, and he continued to remain silent and did not even raise his head. Meanwhile, the fairy continued her monologue. She said that the same thing could say about her world of illusions, and this is more true information, judging by the fact that she won. Her eyes were still magical, and every second in her imagination for the demon was an eternity. While the enemy is here, maximum pressure will be exerted on him. And in the kingdom where the demon's body was located, all those present noticed that he began to move less, and after 10 seconds he completely lost heart. Hao Xian asked Sun Wukong, why did the enemy give up so quickly? And the student answered him that apparently this was the most secret spell on which rumors circulated on him. It is they who possess only members of several higher families of the immortals. And when he saw the girl's eyes, he was convinced that he was right. And for Xuan Nu, no one existed except the demon. The girl ordered him to give up, because in this state he could no longer fight. Bez replied that he had expected such a focus from the daughter of the demon sword, and from the very beginning he knew that he could not overcome her. He raised his head and asked her if she thought about why he chose the kingdom of Nur. At that moment, his face was transformed. He liked the fact that he came out to break out of the magic of the illusions of the warrior. He attacked the girl with her own weapons. The enemy, like a sponge, absorbed the fairy's ability. And now she was in his place and experienced terrifying pressure. The state of Nuyur was just a bait to call the fairy of heaven. He said that even she could not defeat his development stage, which contains all the power of the whole kingdom, which is engaged in these very structures of force. Despite the power of the enemy, Xuan Nu was able to rise and answer the enemy, so that he was in no hurry to rejoice and not write off the accounts. Behind the girl appeared a multi-armed emperor who will protect the warrior from this moment. The guys still remained aside. Seeing the appearance of Dharma, our hero did not even understand who it was. Sun Wukong, which was more informative, also did not know what kind of spell it was. She was again from above. She was interested in, could he now restrain his word and cope with her? He hastened to answer that he, the insignificant demon, cope with such a legendary multi-armed emperor, because the spell which the fairy of heaven possessed left her the demon of the sword himself. The girl did not understand why he was so calm. The enemy replied that he did not need to try to win, because in this case the main thing is careful preparation. He waited for Xuan Nu to use his last trump card, and the long-awaited moment has come. The girl looked at the enemy and could not believe that he was capable of this. Her magic ring flashed. The jewel was synchronized with the magic of the demon. Only now it will serve not to his mistress, but against her. Bone claws began to appear from the soul of the immortal fairy. There were many of them. Haoxian and Sun Wukong were shocked by the situation, and the demon openly rejoiced that he succeeded. How mean it is to know in advance about the weak point of the last trump card, and wait for the right moment. Relest, he liked how everything was happening and decided to reveal the secret. It turned out that when the Emperor's appearance was formed, the girl's body became very durable. However, if someone manages to injure him, then the multi-armed ruler immediately disperses. It turns out that something happened long before the battle, and it was this unknown who caused the formation of breakdown in her aura, which served as entering her body. Everything happened exactly as the demon said. The appearance of the Emperor began to dissipate. Hao Xian recalled that shortly before that, the girl placed the pimp and his guard in her ring. So it turns out that was a trap. The dolls became pawns in the hands of an experienced demon, which carefully thought out everything in advance. The villain was in no hurry to kill her. He liked to torment the girl as he tormented and all other residents of the kingdom. Now, the heavenly fairy was not more dangerous for the demon than the usual mortal. He went to her to finish the battle and become an absolute winner. He admitted that he took advantage of her love to punish the bad guys and turn them into dolls with his spells. And then he began to humiliate her. He said that she did not even have the courage to kill, and such heart characters do not dare to call themselves the descendants of the great demon sword. He continued to press the fairies into the ground and shouted that her mercy had played against her. After a couple of seconds, he raised his paw. He did not want his victim to die by a quick death. Although it would be a great gift for her, he was ruthless. He began to carefully ask her if it hurts. He recalled that his people experienced the same thing when her father granted them. The demon did not finish mocking. Now he asked why her comrades silently watch how they kill their girlfriend. Maybe they want to join and die too. There was no living place on Xuan Nu, but she did not want to give up. The girl whispered that they were not friends, so let the enemy end her first. The demon hung over her. He asked again, does she want to die? He liked it when he was begged. The girl did not try to resist at all, and the enemy had already figured out how to slowly torment the young warrior. Bess wanted to do this even more painfully than her father once tortured. This pervert dreamed to see horror on her face. I decided to start torture, and first of all, he would mutilate her legs so that she suddenly does not run away. He did not have time to hit her. She disappeared. She disappeared in an unknown direction, leaving behind a deep trench. Their duel ceased to be one-sided. Someone third intervened in the fight. It was Hao Xian, who was already able to use the forces of the gold card. He stole a beaten girl from the paws of the demon and now soared in the air. The guy asked, "She is really one of those who prefer to die than to ask for help." Xuannu briefly came into consciousness. She recognized the hero of the hero and sharply began to beat the young man. The fact that he transformed was strange and scary. How is this possible? The guy asked her not to fight because it was difficult for him to control the rings with which they flew. If she does not calm down, then they will collapse from a great height. And from the bottom, a demon shouted to them. He also recognized Xuannu, who used to be ordinary mortals. The demon was furious because he could not smell this powerful aura in him, and he was not sure that he would be able to manage with a new opponent. His body weakened too much after the battle with the heavenly fairy. He decided to try to invest everything that he had left in one blow. I wanted them both to die together. The villain went to Weibank. The strength of the limit flew into the guys. The first blow was recognized by the immortal fairy. She began to scream so that the young man would throw her and run from this place. The girl will never forgive herself if the innocent will die because of her. Still, it was she dragged them into the captured city. Hao Shen perfectly understood the warrior, because she felt guilty that now they were trapped, which was prepared only for her. However, now the hero was going to accept all the blows on his own. A light of struggle caught fire in the eyes. He was eager to compete. Who is stronger? The next second, he decided to show everyone how the real strength of the limit should look. His gift took off above the kingdom of New Year and even heaven themselves. Power spread at the speed of light to many kilometers. Xuannu was shocked by such abilities of a stranger. Her big eyes became even more expressive. Sun Wukong felt incredible pride in his benefactor. He would never have thought that his teacher would run away like a rat. Living creatures living in the forests also felt the strength of the Xuannu limit, and they reacted differently to such an incomprehensible phenomenon. The hero called the appearance of Dharma of the Great Tao, the most magical and incredible, which only elected were capable of. The demon fell to the ground and squeezed his mouth. He tried to pronounce something, but his speech was quiet and incomprehensible. And the guy, under the influence of the forces of Nezha, pushed on his opponent. He was interested in listening to what he was thinking about such a strength of limit. The demon wanted to say a lot of things, but could not say anything. However, he remembered that in a past life he was a carnivorous eel. Straight one face, right? In his element, he was the real master of the reservoir. Everyone either sailed to see him or tried to hide as soon as possible. Some became his food. He did not spare anyone, even overlords from other territories that mistakenly or specially found themselves in his way. All became his victims. The eel, even then, was a ruthless and bloodthirsty resident of the reservoir. Over time, the fish were afraid to even mention him. Fear and respect made a real monster out of him. He grew up and his authority convinced that he was the true king of this world. But this was not always the case. On that day, his water was covered by an underwater whirlwind, which was so powerful that he could move the king of eel outside his territories. It was then that he first encountered real infinity in his life. The sea resident turned out to be a piece in the ocean. He had to meet face to face with the true lords of the seas. Then this little king, Evil, was also not able to say anything. He could only silently watch how he became the same victim. The creature felt fear, like those fish that he once ate. And in this life, despite the fact that all the memories from the past disappear, the demon remembered this particular life. The demon remembered that despair of a small, helpless eel in front of powerful, huge overlords of oceans and seas. Suddenly, a picture came as he paid for his self-confidence. As they say, for every fish, there is a larger fish. Bess began to bow to the hero, called him a master. He begged to spare him, because he decided to give up. The demon behaved very quietly. Sweat doused his face. He promised that he would serve the guy until the end of his days and will never betray. Hao Xian was indignant. The guy spent his last trump card on the demon, and now the enemy wants to give up without even fighting. The young man began to shake the villain and shouted to get up, but the demon did not calm down. He insisted that he would not dare to attack the master because he was just an ant and did not want to die at all. At the same time, under the invincible power of Neja, the girl also plunged into her own memories. She felt such energy only from one person. This man was her father. The girl from early childhood began to follow him and cultivate. Almost always, the environment for the development of abilities was not the most pleasant. However, no matter how much she was in a hurry to keep up with him, the man always remained for her only a powerful and inaccessible back. The baby could not get closer to him even during food or sleep, because he always repeated to her that loneliness was the most important quality of a strong person. The girl experienced unbearable pain and inability to understand his truth. She continued to believe her father. One frosty days, when they were engaged in self-development, she was interested in the bushes that moved. Looking inside, she saw a sweet red fox. Small Juan Nu met with this fluffy animal. The beast turned out to be curious and hastened to sniff a new friend. Then the baby for the first time felt intimacy with another creature. At that moment, her heart was seized with an unknown feeling. However, this did not last long. A huge leg crushed the fox to death. The kid was no longer breathing. The tall man asked, was she really going to take this beast with her? Father stood until she answers, but the girl was silent. Then he asked again, only in a tough tone. The baby did not know how to answer her correctly, and she did not receive anything else. How to ask for forgiveness. When the girl burst into tears, the man decided that enough from her, and again set on the road. Through his teeth, he said that she remembered that loneliness and indifference were the best ways to greatness. From that moment, she no longer dared to get closer to other living beings. She did not want the innocent to suffer. Days passed, weeks, years. However, the lonely figure of the girl in the ice desert remained unchanged. Soon she realized that her father had told her the truth, because her power began to develop very quickly and grow. But she was pursued by a sense of loss that in exchange for her impeccable power, she lost something important. And now she stood and looked at the tricks of our hero, and realized that it was obvious that, according to her father, he was a complete insignificance. But at the same time, the guy had a force that was equal to the power of her father. For the first time, Juan Nu doubted the truths of her father, who was a real god for her. Therefore, the girl immediately made a serious, balanced decision regarding her future. The fairy approached them. Hao Xian, not paying attention to what was happening, continued to force the demon to go against him in an honest battle. Hearing that he was being addressed, the hero was distracted and saw Juan Nu, who was very shy and barely audibly asked the guy to accept her as a student. Really? Since then, the warrior reached 35% of her potential power. The system congratulated the hero on the mission, and Hao Xian was already holding a new prize. It was a map of the great sage who was the Lord of Hell, the king of the afterlife, Yan Wang. Just at that moment in the capital of eternity, where it was always cold and gloomy, today was a special day. Two stood in the royal palace. The young gentleman, holding a lilac core in his hands, was his faithful servant and a mentor who was noticeably nervous. The guy looked sad. It was clear that he was not confident in his abilities and that he would succeed this time. Then his test began. The whole room was illuminated by lightning, which emanated from the purple pearl. There was a crack. Rays of light came out of the nucleus. The test ended because the essence cracked in several places. The three-eyed monster looked at the young master. Incredible. He made the dragon's pearl with the help of his power of chi. This is very good, because the core is the hardest material around the world. And the subject suggested that the guy was already entering 100 best masters of the Heavenly Palace. And he grinned, because he always considered himself a loser, and never thought about such high ratings. But he really wanted to believe that at least this time he would not be punished. Someone approached them. It was the father of a young warrior. He menacingly asked what his descendant laughs at, and realizing that it happened to hastened to warn him that this ability should not be so proud of. The guy stood again, without a mood. He held out the broken pearl of the dragon and put it in a huge hand. The man continued to intimidate his son. He did not stop asking the guy, did he really proud that he made the pearl cracked? And then he squeezed the dragon's core, so that he scattered into small pieces. The young man barely managed to defend himself from sharp fragments which flew in his direction. The young master looked very summer. He continued to be silent, even when his father asked him again. Would he now enjoy his victory? The man was tired that his son does not answer, and he decided to hit him directly in the face. The guy's servant did not dare to intervene, but he was sorry for his pupil. The blow was so powerful that the guy broke the wall. But even after the adult warrior splashed his emotions, he did not lag behind the master. Then he reminded the young man that just a defective child who was deprived of his strength, and even if he was trying his whole life, he still could not become an outstanding master. Then the guy was prophesied by the future of a third-rate cultivator, but this is at best, because in the worst, he was not even seen. The man came up with a punishment. He expelled his son from the palace for 10 days. In his opinion, exactly, he can become more restrained and hardy. The young gentleman agreed and could barely restrain himself so as not to burst into tears. Deep in the mountains of the afterlife, a temporary camp was placed, which was well lit by torches. Two in the armor moved 300 meters from the tents. One of them was very loudly indignant. He did not like that it was very far to go to the toilet according to the rules of the camp. He was indignant that it was terribly inconvenient. And his friend, a man with a scar on his face, supported this idea of the command. He believed that their army of imperial riders was invincible, precisely thanks to strict discipline. When a disgruntled comrade finally shut up, the soldiers heard someone knocking on a tambourine a few steps from them. They began to consider a magical instrument with curiosity and suddenly felt horror. The upper lid of the magic drum was decorated with a numerous image of skulls. It was they who caused this strange sound that the soldier attracted. One man immediately pulled away from a strange object, and the other, not afraid of the consequences, carefully picked it up. He suggested that this is another trick of some demonic sect. It was difficult to surprise a warrior with a scar. Without interest, he summed up that it was a nonsense that has no washing away. And after that, the drum came to life and decided to punish the dissatisfied soldier. The man fell dead, cut into several parts, and from all sides on the surviving warrior, giants began to advance, which consisted of some muscles not covered in skin. Just some kind of horror movie. He was very scared, and unfortunately, he had nowhere to hide. The last thing the warrior of the Imperial Army thought is that some kind of devilry is happening. On this, his life was over. The guys wandered around the mountains for the 10th day. After the liberation of the Kingdom of Nuyur, they almost immediately hit the road. And the reason was the excessive gratitude of the inhabitants of the city of Haoxian for their help. The hero was still dissatisfied with something. It turned out that Sun Wukong was still not restored and was paralyzed. But in addition to this, he still fell into a deep sleep. The guy's tired of carrying him in his arms like a small child. The guy thought that he would have to talk to his beautiful student, but she did not fascinate him with anything interesting. The girl was the same laconic. Hao Xian tried to somehow interest the Fairy of Heaven. He asked about her hobbies, best friends, and favorite dishes, and in response he received a dry phrase. Xuannu thought before answering, and then briefly spoke exclusively on this topic. It turns out that she trained her whole life. In cultivation, each day took place in the morning and ending late at night. Absolutely not a single interesting story, except about martial arts. She could not pull the conversation. This was the end of their acquaintance. Hao Xiong cautiously looked at his sleeping student. His breathing was stable, so everything was definitely in order with the young man. So why doesn't he come into consciousness? After using the second card, the hero felt in himself some kind of power that was very familiar to him, as if this power initially belonged to him from birth. His reasoning was interrupted by the program that informed the young man that he had reached the right place. They stood on the edge of the cliff. Below was a tent camp. Hao Shen could not understand how the king of the afterlife can be in one of these tents. Among ordinary mortals? Once inside the campsite, the guys realized that something happened to its population. Skeletons were scattered everywhere. It was evident that the whole army died an unnatural death, and very unexpectedly. Hao Xian was horrified by all soldiers. The hero saw that someone very carefully exterminated the entire army of the emperor and left no one alive. The guy did not understand where so many dead came from, and when a battle occurred here, Xuannu also began to investigate the massacre. The girl noticed that all corpses have a lot of yin energy. It attracted her, because even dead people should not have so much her. The system decided to intervene and told the player where Yanwang is hiding. They left the camp of the dead and went to the coordinates. They reached a stone bunker. The hero really did not want to enter there, because from childhood he suffered from a closed space syndrome. It seemed to him that vampires and witches live in such places. Hao Xian fell on the grass from hopelessness. He did not want to go into a stone cave at all, but then he would not fulfill the mission and will die soon. At that moment, he wanted to return to his world. Xuannu noticed the condition of her benefactor and asked if he was terribly. Heavenly Fairy hoped that the guy admits his shortcomings, because there are no perfect ones. Hao Xian began to come up with excuses about his strange behavior. He said that when he was bored, he begins to pretend to be weak. The guy asked the girl would not pay attention to him. The warrior decided to obey her teacher, and in order to defuse the situation, she hurried to the bunker to check what was happening there. The hero did not lag behind. He did not want the fairy to go far from him. The bunker was very deep. Its main part was underground. Hao Xian was terrible, and he held onto the hand of the heavenly warrior. She allowed him to get closer to himself. Xuannu felt that the concentration of QI energy increased with every step. Our hero could not feel anything other than a strange rustling away that someone had haunted them. His hearing sharply worsened, and every rustle seemed strange to him, as if someone was about to attack them. An ordinary frog could be a monster, which could live quite freely in such a gloomy place. The hero almost died of fear. He began to reassure himself, said that everything was fine and no danger has been observed yet. But this time, everything was real. Just so he decided to look around, and the fact that it was very scared of him. He froze with fear and could not say a word. Behind the royal stage demons stood. Xuannu was not clear how these monsters were in the dungeon, because according to the rules, they could not freely move on the ground. It was urgent to figure out what is the essence. The Hao Xian reaction was very amazing. He turned around and tried to escape where his eyes were looking. However, one of the royal demons had the guys already on the fly. The enemy from the afterlife was able to detain cowardly fugitives. Hao Xian shouted with all his might that he would die. He could not believe that the nightmares from his most terrible dreams came to life. His OR spread over the bunker. The Fairy of Heaven silently looked at what was happening. The girl was in no hurry to interfere, because not so long ago her teacher assured that she should not pay attention to his screams. The beauty thought that the master was incredibly strong, and so everything should happen, because he pretends again. How Shinli began to order her to immediately help him. He was not satisfied that she reacted very calmly. After all, he will really die. The hero regretted very much that he did not admit in his cowardice. The call for help for the warrior did not work, but Sun Wukong finally woke up, and his eyes lit up with a bright light. Apparently, the King of Monkeys switched to a new stage of development. The guy, as soon as he came to his senses, he saw how his teachers were about to be. It took him the minimum time to arouse the abilities of an imperfect DAO. Sun Wukong missed a lot, and he needed to somehow catch up. He decided not to leave his benefactor in the misfortune because he owes him his abilities and is ready to sacrifice his life in gratitude. The King of Monkeys was in the blow. If someone stands in his way right now, then he will immediately deprive the opponent of life. But he was so carried away by his threats that he lost sight of one of the imperial demons, who was about to step on Sun Wukong. And if not for Hao Xian, who warned about it, then the young man would have died. For again, the teacher saved his student. The King of Monkeys was not at a loss, and was able to hold the huge foot of the enemy. Something happened to the warrior. He understood one simple thing, that the less you think about martial arts, the deeper you can plunge into the great Tao. The demons sharply changed the victim. They liked that Sun Wukong would be more interesting, and all the demons switched to the elegant student of Hao Xian. Or maybe they did not suit them that one of them was injured at the hands of the guy. This did not scare him. He was sure that they still could not overcome him. Yes, and somewhere nearby was the Zhuan Nu, which was in their team. However, he was always taught that we need to rely only on his own strengths and abilities, because you never know what could happen next. Even the closest can betray. Everyone who wanted to get rid of the King of Monkeys paid their lives. Knowing that the teacher was watching him, the guy asked how he appreciates the battle of his faithful student. Hao Xian has already forgotten about his fear. The hero noticed that the aura Sun Wukong has changed a lot. He had the feeling that he had a completely different warrior in front of him. Xuan Nu has not yet been uttered. Heavenly Fairy understood that now she was definitely not an opponent. More recently, she could easily defeat him. But now everything is different. She looked from the King of the Monkeys into Hao Xian. She was eager to begin to update her skills because in front of her was a vivid example of what the teacher was teaching correctly. At this moment, the fairy's respect for the hero grew at times. Her idea of her benefactor was very different with reality, and because of this, the poor girl first encountered some strange feeling. She felt that her face caught fire and, so that this was less noticeable, immediately hid him with her hands. Instead of praise, Sun Wukong heard numerous reproaches for combat with questions. The hero was interested in what happened to the guy all this time, and why did he oversleep so much time? The student replied that it was not a dream, but he plunged into the restoration of his meridians, who were damaged after that unsuccessful battle with the Fairy of Heaven, where he took advantage of his strength. And then the guy demonstrated that now he can create as many as 8 balls of merging with chaos. Hearing this, Hao Xian from the bottom of his heart congratulated his gifted student. The hero scrolled in his head, then that if he goes on and further, he will have to become their student, and so that this does not happen, he needs to urgently come up with something. Sun Wukong did not look joyful after the teacher's praise. The guy thought that Hao Xian ridiculed his battle with these words. Then it turns out that he was actually disappointed. Is he really to take the place of the great master? Sun Wukong began to ask for forgiveness. He promised that he would try, if only they would not refuse him. The guy wanted to learn a lot and plans with his plans, to never disappoint his teacher again. The system updated the data, and it turned out that the King of Monkeys gained 5% more of potential power. And the hero for this achievement was supposed to be an additional reward in the form of a mask of the ruler. The young man did not even understand why it would be such gifts, because he did absolutely nothing. He stood and examined his unexpected prize. The program has disappeared and did not give a single clue at all about what this mask gives. The girl asked why he saved the teacher because she believed that Hao Xian loved to shout. And the guy replied that, in his opinion, the master loves when he was saved while he pretends to be a weakness. While the guys were a little distracted, they did not notice that a strong demonic spirit was approaching them. Not having time to get scared, the cloud broke up into many short souls. They did not harm. Passing through the body, they continued their way to exit. Xuan Nu said that these are the souls of dead mere mortals. Usually, they could only be seen thanks to a special magical weapon. But they can also become visible because of very strong resentment and hatred. After listening to the girl, Hoshian looked deep into the bunker, where the phantoms flew, where and thought about who was guilty of this mass death. Could it be Yan Wang? And ahead of them was waiting for the portal between the two worlds. You won't confuse this aura with anything. No one could believe that someone really dared to do this. Hao Xian did not matter who opened a dangerous transition to the underground world, because he took the life of innocent mortals. He wanted to find the guilty as soon as possible and punish him well. Sun Wukong decided that it was the most suitable moment to correct his past mistake. The guy offers to go through the portal first, especially since he is very curious that there is at the end of the path. How everything is safe for the cowardly Hao Xian. The second was the fairy heavenly fairy, and then our hero himself. Immediately after getting into the afterlife, the guys were met by a strange woman. Her eyes were not in the place where necessary. Sharp needles were stuck in her hands, and instead of her legs, a skirt from the roots of wood. Hao Xian was not afraid to hide his horror before everyone. He was very scared of this witch who has not yet reacted to their appearance. The brave Sun Wukong reassured the teachers, because she slept tightly, and it is just necessary to behave quietly and get around her imperceptibly. Hao Xian decided to believe his student and slowly went out from behind the stone. Xuan Nu approached the witch and began to sort out hard roots one after another. There, the guys became even more shocked. It turned out that all the imperial soldiers inside this sleeping demon. The immortal fairy assured that the most important demon who created this was afraid that the inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom would notice him, and therefore sent demonic creatures so that they would do all the work for him. Sun Wukong began to argue with her words. He said that animals from the afterlife fall into madness when they fall into the world of mortals. But the girl did not calm down and reminded of the existence of a magical ritual. With it, it was possible to linger in the world of the living for a short time. If this witch was able to force the proud demons of the king's stage to wear the souls of mortals, then her power cannot be underestimated. In truth, this sleeping demon also played the role of a servant who retains everyone in his cocoon. Sun Wukong did not believe his ears. Who can stand behind this? Will they be able to cope with him? The girl pointed to the coffin, which was in the abdomen. There were many options where to look for the culprit of all troubles, but all the ways led to this wooden box. The King of Monkeys did not stop arguing with the heavenly fairy. He wanted an explanation of how she understood this, because this box has no aura. Xuan Nu had a simple explanation. She just recognized him. This coffin belonged to the old friend of her father, who took 10th place in the list of masters of the Heavenly Palace. The guys could not believe that this could be true. They both knew well the girl spoke about. Xuan Nu reinforced her words with facts. She recognized a unique symbol on the tombstone and said that they were also looking closely. Hao Xian was noticeably nervous. He began to tremble and said that he needed to urgently get out of here. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice said that there was no need to run all the time, and it's time to stop. The hero began to scream loudly. He almost had a heart attack. Out of fear, he jumped onto the girl and asked why they deceived him, that the witch was hibernated. Sun Wukong was right there. He realized that his voice was coming from behind the demon and ran to reconnaissance. The guy crept up very quietly and examined three figures and secretly began to watch what was happening. Apparently, at least two were on their side because they were connected. It was only necessary to figure out what was required of them. In hostages were the right hand of the lord of the underground world and its receiver, and the villain, meanwhile, told how disappointed them. The young guy was very similar to that sleeping witch and warned them not to think about the escape. But the hostages were greatly beaten, moreover, related to the hands and feet. In fact, they were going to save their enemy. One of the men began to talk about how monstrous and ruthless the one whom this villain wants to find so much. 30 years ago, he destroyed the fifth of the population of the mortal world. He was bored, and the monster decided to entertain himself like that. Talking such terrible things, he wanted a young bandit to leave his attempts to meet him. If he thinks that the leader of the demon will reward him for returning him to life, then he never can. The man was sure that as soon as the demon woke up, he would end him. But the three? Ide pretended that she did not hear him, even when he said that he could still stop, because the mortal souls are still not enough. The guy revealed his intentions a little. He did not want to receive a reward for the awakening of the demon. He just wanted to bring chaos, and no one better than him was equal in the whole world. The young bandit was ready to sacrifice his life in order to regain lawlessness, and this, in his opinion, was the most wonderful outcome of events for the world. As soon as he began to think about it, he was delighted. The next moment he laughed loudly. The man realized that his words did not act on him. He has a plan to distract the enemy, and at that moment, his subject will have to try to escape in order to inform the Vladika news. This case requires immediate intervention of the Heavenly Palace. He was going to use his main trump card. The next moment, the whole cave was illuminated by a bright blue color. It was a secret technique of hundreds of thousands of souls. The whirlwind of mortals was spinning in the air, and then began to turn into ice flows. It was frost, and the young villain was shrouded in the glasses of mortal souls. He looked, as always, indifferent. Now both men were free, but if he had to hold the guy in this refrigerator, then he will die soon. But Xiaobai ordered to fulfill his order so that death would not be in vain. Now the second master began to arouse his abilities. It was he who was subject to the dark red secret technique of hundreds of souls. With the help of it, he paved his safe path to the palace. With his thoughts that he should quickly report an impending danger, he went to his goal. He also worried about his brother and wanted a man to be able to hold the enemy. However, he already incomprehensibly managed to break out of the Xiaobai trap and block the way to save the mortal world. He attacked Xiao He. They took a chance, and this ended with serious damage to one of the masters of the Heavenly Palace. Now there were no ideas. This demon is really going to destroy the innocent mortals and immerse the world into despair and gloom. The young villain, singing his beloved melody, was approaching the wounded master. His appearance was even more frantic because the men talked him and disobeyed the order not to escape. Now he did not need their help and was going to end them. The guy wanted to break through the Xiaohei chest with one precise blow, but nothing came out from the first or the second time. The Black Master was under someone's defense. The demon could not move at all. Xiaobai sensed a familiar aura. He began to look around in search of the master. The savior was not long in coming. The Yanwang stood nearby, which for some reason was very embarrassed by the result of his abilities. The enemy of mortals was very angry that again someone tried to interfere with him. He gathered all his strength in order to move at least a little. He could not believe that it was so easy to stop him. New attempts did not lead to any result. The villain remained paralyzed. The only thing that remained unchanged is the opportunity to speak, and the guy began to scream so that he was explained what was happening. But Yan Wang decided to continue to have fun and inform the young bandit that he could not compete with such a powerful demon, and this is the work of Mr. Qi Lin. Then the demon heard that it was not good to fight, and it was forbidden to kill. Looking at the fair, haired young man, he thought that this guy was seriously like a wimp and probably telling the truth. But the fact that he had just a fantastic aura from which goosebumps ran at the demon. But he still mentioned the name Qilin. His villain is definitely not to overcome, and he decided that he needed to call his colleague to help. The guy turned to a sleeping witch and ordered her to rescue him. After his call, she opened her eyes. The coffin fell out of her stomach, and the roots freed her legs. The witch took off and turned out to be a lightning speed over a young demon. They united, and now they could not be stopped. The transformation ended, and he asked the masters, are they ready to die? He looked like a Terminator. But it turned out that he could not move at all. The witch did not help him at all. The demon began to scream so that the uninvited guest introduced himself, because from his appearance there were global changes in the course of events. Then he banned it to cry, which was so dishonest, and asked Yan Wang to stop mocking him. But he continued to claim that he was not involved in this. The guy said that an ordinary loser from the afterlife and paralyzed the demon, Mr. Qilin. Yan Wang decided to show in more detail the villain, so that he clearly understood the non-involvement of the decent master. An immobilized demon strongly squeezed a creature in his paws, which everyone heard only in fairy tales. It was the legendary beast of the afterlife, the same Qilin. The demon squeezed all. Now he realized that even an alliance with a witch could not be compared with the power of this animal. He needed to figure out how to get out of his paws alive and wait for the awakening of the great demon. The guy decided to just ask the young man to let him go. He pretended to be aware that he had behaved badly, but Yan Wang shook his head negatively and replied that he was fulfilling his father's order. Hao Xian continued to stand aside. He heard that the demon does not retreat and pushes the young master so that he would disobey the instructions, because at the moment, there is no dad here. The hero was very happy, because fortunately, the younger Yan Wang coped with the 10th master of the Heavenly Palace. It's good that he did not have to intervene and save someone. However, Xuan Nu told the guy that when she spoke in a strong demon, the girl did not mean the three-eyed. And if the one she mentioned at the beginning comes, then everyone except Hao Xian will come to an end. He immediately thought about his son Wukong, who was very strong, remembered the current young demon and what high level he occupies. So how much is the culprit of this whole party then? The King of Monkeys was eager to try himself in this battle. He asked permission from the teacher who let him go, but asked to be very careful. However, Sun Wukong did not have time to approach Yan Wang because he felt that an unidentified object of strange energy was in a hurry to him, and the protective reaction of the young master worked instantly. The shadow dragon stopped the daring king of the monkeys and constrained him with his dark shadow. However, Sun Wukong could not keep this technique. The guy felt that the opponent was not deprived of force, but he was not a simple warrior. Now he had the idea to free one hand and use the golden core of the strength of the limit. The explosion sounded, and the shadow dragon was defeated. The king of monkeys already kept nothing. Thanks to the power of the great imperfect Tao, Yan Wang was shocked that the young man managed to free himself. What kind of power is this unreal? Now the turn of Zhuan Wu has come, because Mr. Qilin was occupied by a three-eyed demon. The spirit of the patron was now a huge turtle that painfully hit Sun Wukong. The young man fell to the ground. A large hematoma flaunted on his head. Heavenly Fairy expressed her dissatisfaction. She was wondering where Yan Wang got so many legendary animals. This is just a real treasure to have such an arsenal. Heaven is really unfair. Hao Xian grinned because he did not have a single unique weapon at all. All his students were much stronger than him, and he needs to talk about injustice. Sun Wukong did not rest for a long time. He quickly recovered and already attacked his enemy again. But now, the youngest Yan Wang managed to protect himself with a dome, through which the power of the king of the monkeys did not pass. He did not understand such a maneuver and rocks to scream at the enemy so that he would climb out of there and fight with him in an honest battle. But he froze in horror. He said that he was not at all suitable for his rivals and said that he was surrendering. But the guy was very angry. He felt that Yan Wang was very strong, but he explained that all thanks to his father's gifts, and without them, he was an empty place. Sun Wukong called him a deceiver. In his opinion, the ability to call on legendary animals cannot be presented. And the young gentleman replied that this was inherited, and he had nothing to do with it. The young man was tired that the opponent constantly hides his father. How old is he? However, Yan Wang did not see anything illegal in this. He honestly admitted that all his life he did nothing without the permission of his pope. Sun Wukong was simply torn from a desire to fight with someone. He, like a fighting rooster, jumped trying to break through the reservation of the turtles in order to at least a little hit the young master. Xuan Yu's seemed to be such a very funny fight. The girl was surprised that Yan Wang could not use his gift for himself, but behaved like a servant to his parent. Hao Xian thought that all his life to the guy had a perfectly washing brains. It was just an assumption, and it had to be checked. Then he ordered the king of the monkeys to stop fighting at the closed doors and lift him closer to Yan Wang. The hero asked the young man why he refuses to accept his abilities, because it is obvious to everyone that the guy is very strong. He wanted to hear why he does not accept himself. Yan Wang replied that in comparison with his father, he is really a bunch of garbage. Hao Xian really wanted to convince the poor young man. He, as always, wanted to agree on words, not fists. The hero urged him to think logically, because his relative's actions are too cruel. But the guy replied that he was reassured that all this was only for his good. Hao Xian wanted to ask him another question. He asked if he was once outside the afterlife. But the young man shook his head negatively. He was even deprived of communication with outsiders. Yan Wang looked very confused. He admitted that his situation is worse, and if an ordinary mortal also beats him, then everything will become completely unbearable. Sun Wukong has stood up for him. He began to call his father the worst words, and then offered to name his name, and he would immediately punish him for such an appeal. Hao Xian ordered him to shut up immediately, and then began to apologize if they offended him with something. But Yan Wang did not want to accept his apologies, and if they do not need anything else, then he would like to leave. They said goodbye, but the guys did not let him go. They decided to follow the younger master. The hero was worried that the sphere that Xuan Nu offered to use, so that they would not be visible, really worked. The fairy asked him not to worry, because this gift was given to her by her father. And he said that no one except the 10 best masters of the heavenly palace could find it. Hao Xian was very delighted. How many of the necessary things her dad had? Sun Wukong still could not calm down. He did not understand why they just released Yan Wang so simply. Did the teacher really change his mind to take him as a student? The hero replied that there is a more interesting plan for him and should wait. The young man was sure that he needed a different approach. The key to his strength lies in his father. The king of monkeys noticed the strange state of his teacher. He asked how the hero feels, and he hastened to say that he felt that he had not noticed before how strong his mentor was. But now he was firing the spiritual energy of the 7th level master. Heavenly Fairy for the first time supported Sun Wukong and said that she recently began to feel this, but thought that she simply seemed to her and therefore did not pay attention to it. Hao Xian stood silently. It turns out that his body itself becomes stronger after using gold cards. The hero thought that it is quite possible that in the past, the owner of his body was a very strong cultivator, and now the young man gradually returns his former power. It turned out that they almost ended up in the afterlife of the Asura martial arts arena nearby. There were many people at the stadium who watched the fight of two soldiers. Each had its own support group. On the one hand, there was a fat demon who puffed like a steam locomotive to deal with the enemy as soon as possible. And on the other hand, managing to hold endless attacks, there was an evil demon with a daring expression on his face. The fat man is now and to the point that he tried to crush the opponent with numerous blows, which he inflicted one by one. But the second was able to quickly exterminate all the enemy's energy that was flying to him. He was tired of stupid attacks and made his way behind the giant. But noticing where his enemy disappeared, the full demon turned sharply and waved his fist on him. They were in dangerous proximity to each other. Now there was less time to defend themselves, and demons began their fist fight. The audience was noisy without ceasing. They admired both warriors, each showed highly, and was worthy of the title of the general. Anyone dreamed of achieving the same unrealistic power like them. The head of the Afterlife Kingdom also watched the fight. He was unhappy that the battle was very long and ordered them to finish this circus. The participants did not dare to disobey his order. They thought that a displeased old man, as always, would begin to be important. The leader shouted at everyone. His voice echoed throughout the arena. The man called all losers. He also claimed that 100 years ago, when they first met, he would not have looked at them. One of the masters decided to first join a dialogue with a man and asked to forgive them for weakness. However, he did not want to listen to anyone and replied that none of them is worthy to be his submitted. The king of the afterlife blindly pointed out several soldiers and ordered them to attack him all together. He was about to show how a real demon should fight. The demons chosen by him stood as Doug. They did not dare to step, knowing that this would not end with anything good for them. And the impudent ruler only began to order even louder that they would immediately fulfill his decree. The crowd knelt down in front of its owner. They could not do this. Meanwhile, the man grinned. He checked them, and they went through this test for fidelity. But the test has not ended yet. He continued, and now decided to say that if one of them dared to attack him, then he would undoubtedly call him like a man. But so far they are all cowardly insects for him. The demon remembered that the Western chapter believed in these words the last time, and then the poor could not even get out of bed. The king of the afterlife wanted to continue to admire his boundless power. Everyone knew what he liked when others feel fear, kneel down, and serve him all his life. The submitted believed that the Lord, because of his low abilities, did not fall into the heavenly palace, and now he is content that he humiliates the weak in his own house, thereby raising himself self-esteem. Yan Wang was the youngest. His appearance was darker than the cloud. The young man barely audibly said that he had returned. The king asked if he did everything. The son replied that he had completed the task, and the king of demons was already in the dungeon. He hoped that he did everything right and at least get a little condescension from his father. But instead, the emperor was horrified. He wanted him to be brought to him, but this did not happen. The guy was scared that he would be punished. Yan Wang showed his talisman that his father gave him, and he decided. This amulet was a ticket to jail. The man was silent for a while. Due to his age, he, of course, could forget what he wanted before, but right now he wanted the demon's head to be in front of him. So the ruler decided that his son was guilty. The king began to step on his offspring. He wanted to hear that he said that he was mistaken. But the youngest only retreated back. From fear, he could not come up with anything at all. The lord of the afterlife without heaving swung at the guy, and he flew to the ground. The body was stuck in a pile of stones. He had no strength to move. The audience who came to see the generals of the generals became witnesses to family showdowns. The man approached the beaten young man, and with the words that anyone who dares to disobey the same fate awaits him, took Yan Wang by the throat. From all sides, the echoes of subordinates were heard that they understood everything. And no one dared to defend the young master. One of the generals silently watched a terrible picture. He was sorry for the young man, and he understood that the old king wanted to show everyone that he was always right, even if he himself made a mistake. It was clear that Yan Wang was a pear for whipping. What a monster, this king! How can you like to disgrace your own son? Meanwhile, the ruler decided to find out the truth for the last time. He asked the guy again what he punished him. However, Yanwang continued to claim that Dad asked him to leave the demon in the dungeon. From the crowd, there were voices that asked the young master to stop showing his courage. Everyone saw how angry the king was angry, and the ruler was already preparing for a new blow. In the end, he asked the young man to repeat his words again. Suddenly, an energy corridor appeared behind. Someone from above landed very effectively into the arena, right at the king of the afterlife and his son. The guys arrived in time. Hao Xian could not stand this attitude and hastened to intervene. The young man, of course, wanted to appear when it would be less crowded here, but it turned out that the king humiliated his son too much, and it was very sad to observe it. Sun Wukong was generally annoyed by the whole family, but the head of the kingdom turned out to be a much more vile type, and he wanted to start a fight as soon as possible. The ruler did not recognize uninvited guests. He, as usual, did not start with kind hospitality, but with nasty insults. The man promised that now they could not get alive from his afterlife. The guys took possession of the leader's attention, and the young master had time to take a breath. The Monkey King asked for permission from the teacher to deal with the tyrant first. Not so long ago, Hao Xian would happily agree, but now, knowing how strong he is, the hero himself wanted to do everything himself this time. He even prepared a map of the great sage in advance. Sun Wukong obeyed him. He was always interested to see how his master's abilities work and learn from him something new. The activation time of the card has reduced to 1 minute, and soon it should start. What an interesting energy. The hero, in height and physique, has become as close as possible to the king of the afterlife. The mask allowed him to become the strongest of all the Lord, Qin Guangwan. Hao Xian in the new role. He decided not to attack the old man and give him the opportunity to prove himself to the fullest of his abilities, and crouched. The king thought. He saw that the young man had reincarnated and what his inner Qi was transformed into. It seemed to him that there was some kind of trap and something was wrong. Qin Guangwan repeated that we would not touch the old tyrant with a finger and promised that if he took at least a step, he recognized his defeat. Instead of consent to such combat conditions, the man called the hero a self-confident, stupid boy. He replied that he would be interested to see what he would say after he receives the strongest blow of a powerful warrior. The words here were already superfluous. Hao Xian called the thunder demon, and he sharply approached the lord. As soon as the warrior from the dungeon waved to him, the king hit the enemy with his right hand. The power was so huge that from one blow he broke the demon as a bronze sculpture. The daring king flashed with his own eyes and asked his enemy, what did he think when he relied on this miserable demon? The man called the hero a nothing. But what was his surprise when the demon rose and was ready to attack his target again? The toothy monster flew on the enemy, dissecting the air. For intimidation, he shouted loudly in his incomprehensible language, but with this, he did not scare the old warrior. An experienced ruler predicted where the attack would fly and was able to dodge in time so as not to get a blow. He did not postpone his counterattack and using the enemy that was closely cut under his jaw, first with his right fist and then his left. The demon of thunder staggered a little but did not fall. The ruler of the afterlife world possessed martial arts quite well and now demonstrated it. The demon has not yet come to his senses, and the king decided to complete his reception until the end with a straight blow with his foot. And then the old tyrant simply tore the demon of thunder with his bare hands. Please note that all this time his face was invariably formidable and evil. When the man finished, he said that it is useless to try something because all the tricks will not stop him, and the turn will certainly reach Hao Xian. The guys were very upset. They even began to be a little afraid of this crazy grandfather. But what if he tells the truth, and their teacher will suffer? They tried their best not to think about the bad, and the king, meanwhile, turned to Qin Guangwan and said that he could hang the white flag of the loser. But the young man arrogantly replied that he was in vain, attributing him to accounts. Homeless people do not like their own kind. The man looked towards the hero and could not solve where such a proud baby came from, because he has the initial force and behaves like the Lord of Light. The king turned on the teacher and said that if no one taught him how to talk with the elders, he will personally do this personally. Only at the cost of this lesson will his insignificant life be. Even when the king approached Qin Guangwan very close, he still remained in the same place. The guy never looked away from the old man and now decided to tell him it right in the face. He was not going to give up. After all, the man has never touched him, which means the battle is not over. But there was something else. The demon of thunder will be in the ranks again, because it is restored. The Lord of the Afterlife did not understand why the demon was healed so quickly. He had never seen this before, because only the best of the best possess this ability. The heavens were definitely confused, because they awarded this miserable, cold creature with such a unique opportunity. Unexpectedly for everyone, reinforcements arrived, and instead of one demon, there were already two. The king was a little fucking from what was happening. He did not expect that the enemy literally rebelled from the dead and did not hear about such a talented callingman. The man was just dying of curiosity. Qin Guangwan turned to an opponent. He asked him not to build incomprehensible grimaces, because they just started. The guy wanted the old man to have a little more at him and show everything that he was capable of. The ruler happily agreed to reveal all his secret techniques. At this very moment, everything around was illuminated by a blood-red light. Many felt that he began to precede the old man. At first he needed to deal with the demons, and he began to use his third attempt. Maybe right now he will succeed. He attacked one at the back and began to kill him. He did not come up with anything new and knew that this would not destroy them, but only it would be possible to win the time while they would recover. Pursuing one demon, the king of the afterlife is about to get a blow from the second enemy who approached him from behind. However, the palm of the essence stopped right at the man's face. The audience noticed how strong their ruler was. No one thought that he had so much spiritual energy. While the enemy was paralyzed, the king easily attacked him, smashing his powerful fists to smithereens. Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth, looked behind the impressive tricks of the old king. The young man felt that the man had now had a completely different level, and the heavenly fairy thought that neither she nor the king of monkeys, as if they could not cope with this lord. The decapitated demon of the thunderstorm was slowly healed. It was predictably and tired of order. You might think that this will continue endlessly until the old tyrant leaves the strength. But this time, the restoration was not so fast, and an ominous smile froze on the king's face. Everything was as he thought, that true immortality did not exist. And although he should not be held in a state of Asura for a long time, he was sure that even this time he would be enough to deal with demons and their master. He decides that it is worth defeating the demons until they completely recover. The king sharply approached the lying enemy when he was distracted. The lord asked if the hero decided to give up, but he would not have accepted such a victory. Now that he is quite angry, it is difficult for him to restrain himself. Hao Xian replied that he had prepared the second stage of the battle. The guy admitted that he was tired of restraining and asking permission from the Lord of the Afterlife to join battle. The idea of his teacher seemed very interesting for the guys. They impatiently waited for his participation in the battle, because both demons were already covered by the material. Hao Xin saw that the demons of thunderstorms were very infuriated by the king, and decided to ask how he was such opponents. He wanted to hear constructive criticism of his called demons, but the king replied that this was a complete failure. He could not admit that he spent his strength to them, and therefore boasted that he used less than half of the smell of his energy. Hao Shen was eager to check if this is really so. The guy put his hand to the sky and was about to call on something else to help. The lord stepped back from surprise. He was beside himself because the enemy was pulling time to prepare the attack stealthily. He wanted to punish him and make him pay for it. The actions of the Haoshan ruined the Asura Stadium. Now everything here was dotted with small fossa, at the bottom of which there was a magic symbol. This stopped the king, and he hesitated to attack the young man. And Qin Guangwan asked the enemy why his appearance was so frightened. The great king was really afraid of any recesses. The king was barely restraining. He did not want to fall into a trap. He directly asked the guy what he was up to. But the young man did not admit. He replied that he wanted to add spicy sensations to their duel. After that, Hao Xian raised his hand again, and all the magic symbols rose in the poles in the sky. Now a predatory animal stood behind him. The guy remained sitting in his place. He did not want to fulfill all the conditions that he came up with at the beginning of their duel. Behind the young man, a huge white bear appeared. Grizzly did not stop screaming loudly in his bestial language. He waited for his owner to give a sign to start his attack. Hao Shen wanted to hear the opinion of the Lord about his new enemy. The king stood without moving. He was shocked by what was happening. The hero asked the old ruler how much strength would he need to defeat the bear. The man continued to be silent. In his head there were thoughts about escaping. The many years of experience of the fights through which he passed told the king that he would not last against his new enemy for a couple of seconds. The man tried his best not to show how afraid he was, but for some reason his legs stopped obeying him, and along with the numbness, a trembling came, which he was not able to stop. The king did not know what to do next. Noticing the fear of the opponent, the guy said that he should not tremble like that. Because that's not all. The young man also had abilities with which he could surprise the old lord and all those present. Hao Xin called the King of the Dragons. Fire from one of the magic symbols on the other side of the bear began to turn into an invincible, strong creature. This process took more time than the previous one. The spectacle was very magical. The vortices of energy circled around the main beam, and the entire stadium froze in anticipation. The dragon appeared before everyone. His gaze was already able to kill anyone. The beast remained in the air, right above the bear, and now they both waited for the master of the master. Sun Wukong did not believe his eyes when he saw all this. The young man did not think that his teacher had such unique gifts of heaven, and the immortal fairy could not take her gaze from the golden dragon. The girl suddenly realized that the hero was stronger than her father. Many residents of the afterlife found out that this is the same mythical beast that, according to legend, died many years ago. Now their ruler was definitely the end. Hao Shen said that there are still someone who needs to be called, only he forgot where he put the props necessary for this. The king did not rush the hero. His hands dropped at all. Qin Guangwan hesitated a bit, and when I found a card, his whole body began to transform. The magic symbol turned red, and at the top, the sky changed color, and black lightning began to fall down from it. The electric discharge was connected to the symbol, and a tornado began to form, which scared everyone with its frantic speed. This tornado was the highest step of the younger Yan Wang. Even Hao Xian himself was surprised by such a powerful, natural phenomenon. The guys did not understand at all that they would stop them now. They could not understand what kind of creature this is. The generals of the afterlife that have seen in their lives also stood as fascinated. The whirlwind moved the magic symbol to the sky, and the eye began to open there. All creatures under Hao Xian were assembled. The monsters looked at their future victim. Now the face of the old ruler expressed not only despair, but also wild horror. The man ordered himself to move his feet and get out of here, otherwise he would die. The Lord smiled sweetly and stuttering began to say that he did not know who from the heavenly palace went down to fight him. But this warrior, in truth, has incomprehensible power. Hao Xiong heard in his voice that the enemy wanted to appease him, and was no longer determined to continue the battle. The king continued to say that he would not dare to raise his hand on the hero. Turn to him on you. But when he honestly said that Qin Guangwan could even turn her into dust, and he would not respond to the attack, the guy could not stand it and stood up. He had only one important thing to the old king. Hao Xian asked the Lord of the Afterlife, does he consider a guy stronger than himself? The king began to call himself a courtyard dog who never met such a strong creature as he. The ruler claimed that the nail was not worth such a strong warrior, and then he began to offer his services and wanted to become a personal slave in the afterlife. The man was ready to serve the young man and come at his first call. Hao Shen only made fun of it. He did not finish his psychological blow to the old king. The guy decided to tell him about another his ability, to call people from the future. Qin Guangwan told the man that he now imagines that he sees not a young man in front of him, but the body and strength of his son. What would he feel then if it were true? The king was a little embarrassed, and then the Vladika carefully laughed and praised a great sense of humor of the hero. The old man replied that his son was just garbage, who would never compare with him. Hao Xian did not think to joke. The guy also laughed after. He said that, of course, the king is right, because he is one whose word is a law. And if he said that this is a joke, then everything is so. And in the end, he called him a father. At that very moment, the ruler fell silent. He perfectly felt the difference between him and his son, who he humiliated every day. Hao Xian asked the old man, does he think to get better? The hero told the king of the afterlife that the age of his body is comparable to his own. But if the man said that his nail was not worth it, then the only insignificance and garbage here himself. The old tyrant asked, did the guy really have such a distant path just to humiliate him? Then he asked if he had once accidentally touched his pride. Then Hao Xian admitted that he appeared in order to pick up the younger Yan Wang, because he saw his unique abilities that had unsuccessful. The hero believed that while the young man serves such an unfair demon, this only delays his development. And then he added that the king could be free if he does not want to fight. Hao Xian would not bring any pleasure, because the enemy is much weaker than him. The old ruler lowered his head when the young man began to say that he is sorry that the man is so cowardly that he increases his self-esteem at the expense of his subjects. It was a sad sight. The ruler could not add anything to what was said. He stepped on and said that he would leave. It was evident that he began to regret his behavior with his son. The audience, who still remained in their places, did not expect that their king would turn around and leave. They began to scream in the wake and demand that the Lord fight. The king was just passing by his descendant, who dared to ask if his father is in order. However, it was clear that he did not change his opinion about the guy. The man turned to him and hissed in his face to get out, because he does not need his pity. And then he completely swung at him to hit. The king shouted, why Yan Wang is still here after such a public humiliation of his relative? Hao Xian restrained himself so as not to intervene, but if the old man still hit the guy, he would really have to punish the ruler. Meanwhile, the man approached the young man's face and whispered that they were strangers. Then he turned and walked away. Our hero hastened to support the sad Yan Wang. He asked him, why does his father treat him this way? Maybe there was some reason? The guy guiltily lowered his head and said that he had not been like that before. In his youth, of course, he was arrogant, but not to the extent as it is now. He used to have a loving side. Yan Wang began to tell his bright, joyful memories from childhood. How dad helped him in training and loved to take part in all the endeavors of his son. The man was very caring and did not leave the child without his attention for a minute. He even sometimes walked. Their relationship was very close and warm. Now it seems that it was not real. Hao Xian was surprised. So what then turned such a father of the year into the current old tyrant? But there was a real tragedy. On this ill-fated day, they celebrated the boy's birthday, so they decided to go beyond the city with the family and relax in nature. Then his parents decided to take a walk on the horses, and they left the child in the camp. During an equestrian walk on parents, the real god of demons attacked. The man was not strong at that time and lost the battle. Unfortunately, he could not protect his wife, and the enemy took her to his kingdom. The guy said that his father had to use all his treasures to pull his beloved from there. When he returned to the camp, the child woke up and did not believe his eyes that his mother would never wake up. Just since then, everything has changed. The man spent days and nights at the grave of his wife. Every day, he became tough and gloomy. The father stopped spending time with his child and tried to avoid his company. Once, for no reason, he showed cruelty to him, beaten the teenager with a stick only because he did not ask him a question. Over time, everything became even worse and eventually grew into daily beatings. Yan Wang knew why the closest person was so cruel to him, and therefore each time suffered all the bullying. The young man considered himself guilty of the death of his mother, and in the depths of his heart knew that his father also thought the same way. But he did not have the courage to say this out loud. How, Shen asked the young man only because of his thoughts he suffered bullying? But he shook his head negatively. Yan Wang replied that when their family was complete, he was not afraid of anything and thought he was the happiest in the world. The young man admitted that he felt that, having ceased to think about his involvement in the death of his mother, he would also lose his father. Then he will remain completely alone. The guys heard what the Yan Wang went through and how much he suffered. They very sympathized with him and tried to understand correctly why he accepted the fate of the victim. The guy said that now all the efforts were in vain. He knew the character of his father. After this, he will never recognize him as his son. However, now he no longer makes sense to get hung up on the past. The young man firmly decided that the time had come to leave, to become who he really is, and look at the world that he was banned. Then a system worked out, which gave the hero a reward for the successful completion of the mission. It turned out that the young man got rid of Tyron's father much earlier and reached 33% of his potential energy. Hao Shen held in his hands the next gift of heaven, a map of the Sage of the Holy Fox. He looked at his gift, and some mixed feeling arose inside him. The ruler felt expelled, and the only place where he felt real was the burial place for his beloved. He secretly visited this, holy for him, a place where his beautiful and young Ran Ran always waited for him. Many years have passed already after her tragic death, but the man always turned to her, as if alive, and he believed that she answers him. It could be the singing of birds, or even a strong gust of wind. So now he came to say that he could not restrain the word given to her. At that last moment, the woman asked her husband to promise to her that their son would never know the truth about what really happened. He really cried, because he remembered everything to the smallest detail. Ran begged the king to tell his son that the god of demons killed her. The woman suddenly began to cough. She should save strength, but she foresaw that she would die soon, and continued. Ran admitted that the meeting with her husband was the greatest honor of her whole life for her. Her soul gradually began to separate from her body, and she asked her beloved man to live a happy life with her son. The woman wanted no one to blame Yan Wang. She said that she would look forward to their next meeting, which will occur in the next life. After these words, Ran stopped breathing. The man shouted loudly that there was strength to at least somehow release the pain that ate him from the inside, and then he fell silent. The ruler began to think that perhaps this mighty master will be able to cope with the monster, which is hidden in the body of his son. But this was no longer interested in him. The king of the afterlife listened to the words of his wife and did not tell the boy the truth that it was he who killed his mother, but simply could not help but hate him for it. He knew for sure that he would always curse his son because he took the life of his sweet wife. Then he lay down, right there at her grave, and began to dream of that if only all his life remained only together. That would be so great. And on the mountain of Xianshou, on which people live now, it was crowded. The coffin, which for a long time served mortals, like a subject of worship, suddenly began to shake, and the unique symbol caught fire, brighter. The round, the clock guard, on duty near the tombstone, noticed that Vladika was awakening and hastened to warn her older sister. The girl immediately rushed to the mountain to become a witness to how the 10th master of the heavenly palace is reborn. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man was already standing at his full height in front of his faithful subordinates. It happened. People began to applaud and offer him like God. Everyone rejoiced that they managed to resurrect their ruler. The man's mood was warlike. He had a sword in his hands. He leisurely headed towards the crowd of people. Instead of gratitude for his second birth, he prepared something else to them. Sharply waving the blade, began to chop everyone who was so happy about his return. Parts of the body flew in different directions. Rivers of blood poured from the Xian mountain. This was not at all like gratitude for the long years of a devoted service. Now that he woke up, he does not need these mortals. They have already fulfilled all the duties. The demon was happy because he had not felt the smell of fresh blood for so long. The man rested and was now full of strength to again plunge the world into deep despair to the end of the world. Suddenly, he remembered that he had to resurrect in the afterlife. Everyone who prevented him from doing this will be punished because the demon remembered their energy well. Now he will look for them to break into pieces. Someone intervened in his monologue. The nasty, girlish voice asked who the demon was talking to. The man turned. He saw a Medusa Gorgon in front of him. This surprised him. He believed that he had not missed anyone. Having collected mortal energy in his finger, he aimed to kill her, but did not have time. The baby turned out to be very Shustro. The next second, she was already standing behind him. What did she think to play? Nobody needed a demon. He and alone lives well. Now he wanted to catch the girl and send her to the next world. And Medusa adhered to her plan. She knew about the quick, tempered character of this character. Gorgon aimed at the energy ball, and as if she shot at it. The nucleus burst, and a pillar of power began to come out of it. The demon was really horrified. What the hell? He did not understand how she did it. Bess began to console himself with thoughts that he was not recovering enough. But this girl was very strong. The man did not know who she was, and never heard about her. Medusa looked at him and decided to say that she did not think that the king of demons would be so weak. And then the baby simply thought that he did not deserve any more chance to live in this world. Medusa Gorgon began to poke her short fingers over the demon's body, and where she showed a hole appeared. When the demon was almost devoid of appearance, she felt a sudden wind. And without completing her business to the end, she could watch her opponent disappeared. He escaped from her. People in this world do not know how to fight, but in terms of flight, they have no equal. Then she saw a clear cross that painted the spirit of the demon, and this was a sign that they soon had to meet again. After that, the girl felt similar to her energy. She could not believe that there could be the same master as she did. She wanted to check this information. Medusa took advantage of her ability and brought the future closer. Seeing Hao Xian and Guys, she was very happy, because our hero was her eldest. Gorgon began to jump with delight. The baby hit the road to meet them as soon as possible, because she was so bored and wants to have fun. The guys in a new composition approached the high grief. The hero thought that this place is perfect. His students stopped with their teacher. Sun Wukong was really waiting for someone to need help, and he kept closer to Hao Xian. The guy aimed and gathered a little of his energy to break through a fairly deep cave. The destructive power of the guy very quickly destroyed the long-term stone. The students only squinted towards the young man. Everyone felt some unusual aura that came from this cave. After the recess appeared, someone's spirit began to come out of it, which had only one eye, and he resembled an overgrown monster. The creature was not present long. It examined the guys, and the guys looked at him. Then the ghost began to dissipate, and finally completely disappeared. Sun Wukong saw that the master used only part of the force that is used at the beginning of its stage of laying the foundations. At this time, his energy was ordinary. Why then it attracted this ancient, sinister beast? It turns out that the master released a hostage from this mountain, which before could not escape. The Monkey King began to pester Qin Guang with questioning if the guy saw what happened now. The young man replied that he felt everything. Sun Wukong decided to continue his interrogation. When he does not know something, it is extremely rare. He just takes out those who can tell him something new. The guy wanted to know what kind of called beast this is. But Qin Guang replied that this was not a call for sure, but he himself did not know what exactly happened. Hao Xian looked at his fist, flaming with energy, and thought that after using the third card of the sage, he began to feel great internal energy. This did not scare him, but on the contrary, the hero understood that it was right and as if it were always with him. The young man listened to his body, which told him that this force belonged to him. Hao Shou knew that something was wrong here. He began to think that he was missing something very important. The young man thought that in the past life he was an ordinary college student. There were options that this force belonged to the owner of this body, but this version immediately crashed, because the hero did not even inherit the memories. Then it turns out that the energy was not his. Now Hao Xian did not have a single guess. This terrible aura was added to all secrets, which began to pursue the guy everywhere when he uses his strength. Sun Wukong decided to satisfy his curiosity and asked directly to the one who had an incomprehensible, ancient aura. The guy went to his teacher and began to ask whose spirit he saw. Hao Xian realized that the guys also felt secret energy. But the young man started this demonstration of power precisely so that the students help him to solve who this essence is. Sun Wukong heard in response that while the master could not tell about it, later they themselves will understand everything. The young man only realized that this was another lesson that needs to be remembered. It turns out that his students are also not aware of the nature of that aura. The hero relaxed, so while he does not make sense to break his head over it, a small hint was that every time the guy uses the card, this appearance occurs. And this means that he needs to complete as many tasks as possible in order to understand what is happening to him. But before he reached the truth, he wanted to realize one very interesting idea. The guy called the fairy Heavenly and walked away with her to whisper. The couple consulted for a long time, said mainly Hao Xian, and the girl was kept that she was embarrassed and blushed. And Sun Wukong with Qin Guang only had to guess that they were waiting for just a crazy offer. Finally they finished, and Hao Xian asked the guys how they think. Which of them is stronger? The young man said that they and Zhuan Nu decided that the older brother among them would be the one who was stronger. Sun Wukong immediately lifted his nose. He believed that it was he who should take this post, because there was no doubt that the guy is stronger than all students. Qin Guang began to cowardly unlock and say that he did not fit this role at all, but in response he heard that such a question could not be resolved in words. Only the strongest should become the older brother. Hao Xian agreed to be a fair judge. He wanted the guys to finish what they started then, in the bunker. The hero asked Yan Wang if his young man chose his teacher. He replied that everything was true, only he did not think that, having not received a single lesson, he would have to join the battle. Hao Xian wanted to finish all the conversations as soon as possible. In any case, the loser does not bear any punishment. The Monkey King, as always, was eager for battle. He wanted to win and show the mentor a worthy battle. While Sun Wukong accumulated the power of his imperfect Dai-O, the younger Yan Wang decided to take advantage of the call of four kings. A nimble guy decided to prevent him from finishing his rite. The king of monkeys chewed and attacked the enemy with small firecrackers. This technique did not help him. The main assistant to Yan Wang was already preparing from the sky, and then a black dragon arrived on the ground, occupying the second royal throne. Sun Wukong was surprised. He did not understand how the enemy managed to call the beast "I do not read the spells." and Yan Wang has already got a taste and began to call on the fourth king. The guy directed two fingers to the heavenly side, and that's it. The process has gone. Now there is an armored sea turtle, which defended its patron. She then saved him in a cave, and now also participated in the fate of the young man. Sun Wukong also remembered this beast, but only this time he decided for himself that she would not stop him. The King of Monkeys is about to lose the championship, because the Black Dragon has already prepared to swallow the young man. But Sun Wukong took advantage of the nuclei of the Great Tao and managed to save himself. The guy gathered all the balls and threw them in the dragon into his mouth. The enemy's beast exploded and began to spread like a paint that was smeared along the wall. Yan Wang saw a black dragon killed from one blow. Hao Xian had everything under control. The guy realized that neither Xuannu nor Qingguang would cope with Sun Wukong awakened their strength. Now the time has come for a real check. The hero wanted to see if the young man will cope with two strongest opponents. The time has come to battle to take the fairy heavenly. The girl nodded and moved towards the guys. Hao Xian thought, what poor Sun Wukong, he always makes him fight with someone. According to the hero's plan, the girl had to sneak up imperceptibly and stealthily attack the dominant in this battle. That is, the King of Monkeys. With the help of a magic ring, she called on a little phoenix and ordered him to secretly get to the guys. In half a voice, she read a spell for her obsessed bird, which had already flew out in search of her goal. The mini version, imperceptibly for everyone, entered the defense. Unusual Yan Wang, and was inside a huge turtle. Sun Wukong itself set up. He drove away bad thoughts and how previously this sea beast was insurmountable to him. But now everything was different. The guy conjured to give up the full 3 of his main spheres of the limit. And then the guy turned to the enemy and warned that he had no chance of victory. The 3 gold nuclei has grown in size. They flew right on the protective beast of Yan Wang, and the moment of the collision is about to come. Sun Wukong stopped straining. He already attributed an absolute victory for himself, because the enemy will not be able to survive against his attack. But what is it? The enemy remained absolutely unharmed. There was not a single scratch on the turtle. The King of Monkeys was worried. How is it possible? The guy began to analyze his actions. Nothing converged with him, because before that, the young man clearly felt the aura Yan Wang and calculated that there would be enough for the 3 spheres of force of power. Sun Wukong began to think. He has 4 more nuclei in reserve, and even if he can break through the defense, the enemy has 2 more beasts that he had not yet called. The guy admitted that he had underestimated the enemy. The Monkey King looked confused. Hao Xian saw the condition of his student. The hero believed that the guy was not stupid and should already understand what situation he was in. Now he will not be engaged in showing. And then he watched Sun Wukong squeezing his fist and gritting his teeth, confirmed that he had lost, and honestly admitted it. He said this, and there was simply no face on him. Heavenly Fairy noticed that the guy was trembling and worried. She asked the teacher whether everything was in order with him. Hao Xian reassured the girl and asked not to worry about him, because he had the title of Great Sage, equal to the sky. And what about difficulties? Then you can only become stronger from them. Then Sun Wukong turned to Yan Wang and said that the title of an older brother was temporarily passing to him. But then the young man began to beat himself in his chest and agreed that one day he would want to regain this title, and then they would again conduct a battle. After his final speech, the King of the Monkeys decided to wash himself after today's shame and beat the enemy with his own weapons. He called a fiery dragon, which was a toy size. Xuannu saw this and simply could not believe her eyes. Hou Xian also saw it. He was even more shocked, because he did not know that the guy learned and the call of magic animals. This gift with whom they are born cannot be trained. The guy was ready to drown in his own tears, if only it was not true. Now it turns out that from birth, he had this gift to the King of Monkeys, but simply did not know how to arouse him. Shin Guang realized that he had won. He began to think that he was actually very strong and forgot about his father's bullying. The system began to congratulate him because when Sun Wukong was upset, he added 5% to his potential energy. Yes, everything turned out as the main character wanted. But then he called the girl to find out if there is any treasure in her arsenal that helps others. Hao Xian explained to her that Sun Wukong needs to be taught, because he stopped cultivating with receiving his gift. But Yan Wang has self-esteem problems. According to the plan of the young man, if the younger brother defeats, then this victory will be useful to both of them. The girl liked the idea, and she agreed to help. They did a great job, like a real team, and all because the method was effective. Then Hao Xin turned to the guys. He said that if they played enough, then the time came to hit the road, and he asked to save the forces of the next assignment. Medusa Gorgon watched the company. She could not understand why the elder to mess with them, as in kindergarten. The baby considered that the hero was just having fun, and she thought that she should also join the fun. At this moment, the guys felt the energy that they previously unfamiliar to them, which was very close to their company. Hao Xian did not understand what kind of tricks these are, and who dared to remain unnoticed. In any case, whoever he was, he will still give himself out soon. All this time they were protected by a sea turtle, and now someone ruined her aura. The hero asked whether the immortal fairy of her obsessed phoenix was responding, but the girl shook her head. Hao Xian has not yet seen who could harm the Yan Wang beast despite the powerful support of the Xuan Nu's support. Now it seemed to the guy that this time they were faced with a truly formidable enemy. Intuition told the young man that not one of the enemies that they won could compare with her, and can only win her by using the cards of the sage. But having entered the battle, the price of victory may be very high. But this did not scare him. The young man felt that a trembling ran through his body, a goosebumps from the desire to start quickly. Hao Xian did not understand how the influence of the cards of the sage could change his personality. Previously, he would not have agreed to fight with an incredibly strong opponent. The baby approached him and asked if he was the oldest, and who is with him. She did not even apologize for her damage to the spiritual animal. Then the girl said that it was only a childish game. Hao Xian turned to her with a question. Where did she get so much hostility to him? The guy thought half of her aura feels here at home. Medusa Gorgon also felt it. She said that it seems to her that the guy was originally born in these places, but the baby did not exclude the fact that he has the genes of her ancestors from the Western lands. This was exactly what seemed to her the strangest to her. She looked at the young man very carefully and wanted to hear a clear explanation of what was wrong with him. Hao Xian heard her turning to him. The eldest. Her words were like the truth, because she looked exactly as if she had come from Western lands. The idea came to him that the baby came from the future, from the very secret place, which will then destroy the heavenly palace. But this is still too early. And why did she say that the Western aura blows from him? The guy remembered how at the beginning of his rebirth, he mastered the first abilities and received small wings as a reward. They still rest behind him under his clothes. The baby more and more plunged into her doubts. The more she looked at him, the stronger he became, not like the rest of the locals. She wanted to finish guessing and finally check everything. Medusa was going to start the battle, because during the battle the guy uses all his abilities and its origin will be open. Without wasting time, she decided to attack the first and sent the first portion of her natural energy towards the hero. The hero quickly reacted. He failed to put his defense in time. The students were worried and began to ask the teacher to be more careful. Hao Xian was isolated. The young man began to reflect on his subsequent actions. He realized that Gorgon could confuse him, and if he would use the Sage card, he would immediately give himself out. In addition, is he worth it to spend on this one? His only card. Medusa smiled maliciously. She was worried, so that the elder then could forgive her this prank. The girl told him to hurry. She explained that if he does not get out on time, then he will end with oxygen, and he will die. Sun Wukong with Xuan Nu understood the seriousness of what is happening. The guys combined their abilities and together decided to help their mentor. Break out. These two tried perfectly. Their destructive power rushed towards the energy prison in which Hao Xian was. After the blow, the guys saw that the walls were much stronger than the turtle of the skin of the younger Yan Wang. Hao Xian watched with longing for the attempts of his students to save him. The guy understood that they could not cope with such an adversary, and he simply had no other choice. He will have to fight himself. The hero pulled out the gold card of the Holy Daji. Medusa counted a second when the young man finally reveals the secret of her origin. So far, he did not dare and pulled time, and at this time the sky darkened above them. Everyone noticed that something strange began to happen. Instead of the sun, a bright core came out, from which lightning discharges emanated. Medusa Gorgon noticed the most last change because she, without taking her eyes, followed her hostage. The girl realized too late that something was wrong. Koga was already a magical huge hand stretched to her. Medusa did not expect such an attitude to herself. Through the time, an unknown force grabbed her and tightly squeezed her into a fist. Now she herself was in a similar situation. Like our hero, the baby tried to free herself and nothing came of it. She ceased to like her position. Medusa Gorgon was terribly angry. She began to scream to be released immediately. The owner of the hand began to tell that he was called to help him win the time for the young man. Hao Xian should regain his strength as soon as possible. After that, the voice, like the fist itself, disappeared. He took an uninvited guest with him and left the guys with a bunch of unclear questions. None of them fully understood what had just happened. Words in a circle scrolled in the head of a young man. He could not solve what a mysterious voice had in mind. Hao Xian began to ask the students what they had just seen. The guy wanted to restore all events to the smallest details and not to miss the slightest trifle. Sun Wukong said that he saw a hand that dragged the demon into the sky. The laconic Xuan Nu decided to suggest that it was someone from the strongest masters of the Heavenly Palace. She had nothing more to add. Everything was exactly as they said, with the exception of one. No one except the young man herself heard what he was told, and this means that the words of this creature were intended only to him. Everything became even more confusing than before. Hao Xian looked at his abilities, and he wanted to know what his body was hiding, and who was the previous owner. Everything ceased to seem like a joke to him, because he began to warn that he needed to make every effort to figure it out. Otherwise, there would be misfortune. There was only one option to find out the answers to your questions. To quickly go through the quest, Hao Xian decided that he should no longer be distracted by third-party things and told the guys that they were going on the road. All the same, it was useless to rack his head, because the guy has no other sources of information. The hero suddenly remembered his mask, which was given as a gift. The last time he wanted to use it, the system said that he did not have enough energy. The young man looked at the little thing that began to radiate magic. He wanted to try it now. He decided that there was enough time for the mask to absorb the right amount of resource. At that moment, the young man was inside the magic symbol. What is it? Hao Shen was in front of a mysterious door. Mask the ruler allows you to open the gates of the Lord. Entering them, the character will be endowed with an unlimited margin of spiritual energy and immortality. But inside, it is not so safe. There are as many as 108 other worlds with a variety of monsters, starting from the lower level and ending with the rank of the king. Hao Xian analyzed all the information told to him by the system and came to the conclusion that he managed to get just the perfect card. She gave him the opportunity to get a VIP status, but now the guy lives thanks to the activation of the cards of the sage and constant battles with monsters, for him only entertainment. He really did not want to lose such a treasure. What to do? And what if this opportunity does not take this opportunity? Hao Shen looked towards his students. The hero decided that this would benefit the guys, because such abilities would be less useful to him. The guy came up with a brilliant plan. He will send his faithful students, who will simultaneously serve as a bait for strong monsters, and they will have the opportunity to develop new abilities. Hao Shen recalled how initially the program mocked the guy and substituted him. She did not do real harm to him, but still the young man decided that it was worth it to play it safe and save his life. The hero heard about the awards for the achievements of his faithful students. Each of them will receive an increase in their potential level to 60%. He asked if they trust him. When I heard satisfactory answers, he began his excursion. The guy said that he was ready to provide them with a great opportunity, which is difficult to refuse. He explained that they have to meet with hundreds of the strongest kings of demons. But they should not worry, because on the other side of the gate they will be given immortality and an endless supply of force. Hao Shen said that it makes it possible to plunge into endless battles, which some masters of martial arts cannot find in their entire life. Sun Wukong listened to his mentor as bewitched. The young man was very interested in this tempting proposal. Yan Wang, from all of the said, Hao Shen noted the most important thing for himself. The young man was delighted that in another world he would be given immortality. Anjuan Nu first heard of such a strange place, because her father never told her about him. Meanwhile, Hao Shan finished his monologue and was waiting for the guys' answer. They had to make a choice to stay here or find determination to enter inside. Sun Wukong has always been for any boot, and now the guy replied that the path to power is always full of dangers, and he was never afraid of them. The fairy also agreed to the idea of her master, because she had previously made a choice and followed him. Now the girl was ready to trust his decision. Yan Wang began strictly, which he called Hao Xian, a powerful warrior who would not harm his students. The young man said that he sees no obstacles to disobey his order. Well, everyone agreed, and the guy asked them to prove that he was not mistaken when he chose his receivers. He promised that it would be impatient to wait for their return, and wishing everyone to achieve their peak form and reborn, the guys said goodbye to them. The guys thanked the master for his instructions and began to prepare to enter their new path. Hao Shen looked after them, and he was already eager to find out how strong they would become when their journey ends, and they will come out of there. The hero was in anticipation, because they need to try, so that later it will be able to save the world, and he himself should go about his business. The young man suddenly thought that he was feeling that recently his laziness has disappeared somewhere. He was no longer like the previous Hao Xian. Meanwhile, in the city of mortals, Tai'an passed daily reception of ordinary citizens. Open day. In the palace of the Lord were people who needed the help of the main person, who was very powerful and omnipotent. The help was that it was necessary to listen and then do. In fairness, the woman was very upset and said that her husband mocked her and robbed. According to her, the man took away the land from her, which her deceased father left her, but the accused claimed that she was lying to take revenge on him for abandoning her. To justify his words, he said that he would show a document stating that the earth was acquired legally. The woman began hysteria and shouted that everything she had her husband is a fake. A young gentleman, an early version of Neja, was sitting on the throne. The young man remained cold, blooded to this situation. His face did not express any emotions. He listened to both sides. All the guy could say is that this is a difficult situation. Each of them had its own truth, and it was difficult for him to choose who to believe. Outside the doors, other needy crowded, and it was necessary to make some choice. The couple began to look for words that would help the Lord make his choice in their direction. But even this did not help him decide which side to take. The young lord decided to have a little fun and offered to buy his voice from him. Whose price will be higher, he will believe. The guard who stood behind the throne of the master wanted to participate and began to rush a couple. He ordered to quickly start the auction and not take the time from the respected lord. The woman began to tell that all the money that she carefully copies goes to taxes. She complained that the tribute grew so much that they were lucky because they could even die. The servant of the young man got angry at her. He began to scream at the woman how she unreasonably dares to blame our master in his troubles. His hand begins to rise to punish her for what was said. The woman immediately begins to take her words back and says that he misunderstood her, because she would never dare to blame her master of anything. Then the young man himself stands up. He, with a wave of his hand, stops his bodyguard and asks him not to be so cruel with his people. He already had a decision on her problem. The young gentleman invited the woman to become his concubine for a month, and if she agrees, he would immediately take her side in matters with her bad husband. From such a proposal, the woman lost AR. He did not think that in this way it could help himself get out of this conflict. From surprise, her face blushed from hesitation. The next second, the Lord could not stand it and laughed loudly. He did not think that she would believe him, because it would be a real shame if he had become interested in a dirty village blasphemy. Realizing that she was not put up in the best light, she began to cry. And the young man continued to mock. He said that at least he needed to feel the price. Then he orders to expel this couple and punish them with 5 blows with a whip. The woman began to ask for forgiveness. She reminded of the old days when the young lord was kind and fair. What happened to him? And the guy afterwards replied that they would forget about the past because he could no longer be returned. He believed that he was doing the right thing because commoners deserved this attitude. 7 days passed after this incident. In one of the local restaurants, an advertising campaign began. The screams of the red-haired young man were so loud that they scattered throughout the quarter. He wanted everyone to hear him and remembered the following words well. In the future, the guy was going to become the strongest cultivator and no one would be more powerful than him. It will be one such unique in the whole world. The young rebel knew that sooner or later everyone would recognize, and there will be not a single person who would not hear his name at least once. The guy was very excited and threw his emotions in this way. However, everyone who witnessed this situation consciously did not pay attention to the screaming. Each present continued to deal with his own business, as if nothing was happening. The shy servant hastened to calm his master. He asked the young man to stop screaming and attracting undesirable attention to himself, but he replied that he had nothing to be shy. Thus, he wanted to fulfill his dream as soon as possible. From that moment on, the guy decided that he would scream about his dream in his restaurant every day. Everyone should know the path that he chose. Suddenly, our hero turned to him, who calmly dined at his table. Hao Xian politely began the conversation and apologized that he was distracting, and began to tell that on the way here he met the sect of the masters. The guy asked why the young man would not join them, because it would be more useful than just screaming about his dream to the common people. The fact that he was killed did not like the owner of the institution. The guy leaned toward the hero and asked the local. Hao Xian felt hostility by the interlocutor and decided not to reveal all his secrets. He decided to say that he is just a wanderer who passed by. The young man sharply answered that he would not give out his advice when he is not asked, and then he decided to drive the guy out of his establishment. In the end, he called Hao Xian an ordinary, lazy person. The young man thought that he did not even imagine how hard it is to be a cultivator and walk along this path, because in order to become an external student of the sect, you need to pay 3 silver coins. That is how much this restaurant costs. When Hao Xian proposed to sell him, the young man replied that he did not want to live like a beggar. Even if he becomes a participant in the community, he will need to eat something. And then he said that even this money would not be enough to get on the true path. Without connections, acquaintances, and treasures, they will never relate to him as a real student. The guy admitted that life in the sect would be exactly the same as he has now. So he will leave everything as it is and find his own path, how to become the strongest. When he finished, and the hero did not answer him, the guy decided to scream at Hao Xian. He complained to his gaze as if he had mocking him. The owner of the restaurant lost his temper. He wanted to hear if our hero believes him, and then he almost beat the poor guy in front of his eyes and visitors. The young man abruptly headed for Hao Xian and began to shake him, calling the lazy person who had no right to judge him. The hero did not expect such insolence because he did not even say anything. He did not want to get his hands dirty, and he ordered his servant to teach this unbearable visitor a lesson. For this short time, the owner of the restaurant very disliked the too talkative stranger. A healthy man did not want to take part in this quarrel, all the more so since his master was wrong. But the young guy insisted that the fight was, and if something happened, he promised that he would take all the blame on himself. After the servant received all the guarantees that his name would not be mentioned in this brawl, he agreed to punish the restaurant visitor. But this fight was not destined to happen, because a company of several people entered the room. Their appearance was severe, and it was clear that they were not concerned about their untidy appearance, nor in which manner they are broken into a private territory. Among them was the main one, which began the conversation. It turns out that they were bandits with whom the owner of the restaurant owed for the fact that they were the guardians of the calm of his little business. The bully began to insult the guy and call him a traitor because he has repeatedly reminded that the guards had to be paid on time. He asked him directly to admit him if he decided to go against them. The guy completely forgot about his promise. He began to guiltily smile at two dragons from the gang. Rubbing his hands nervously, he replied that he had not forgotten about his words and began to talk about the fact that the Lord had overpowered taxes so much that there was no money left at all. The guy asked to give a delay until next month, but this option did not fit the leader. He was tired of waiting. With the words that he would not go like the owner of the restaurant, the blow fell right in the face. The elder asked where the main owner, and in response, he heard that he died. He did not like to solve things with some minor. After such a humiliating blow, the young man quickly got up. He got angry and began to call the leader of the gang and threaten him that when he became immortal, he would be overcome all. A minute ago, the eldest was ready to give him time, but now not. The bandit grabbed the young owner by the neck and lifted it in the air. No one is allowed to talk to him like that. The system told the hero that the red-haired guy has hidden talents and offered him to help in order to reveal his abilities in the future and get a reward for this. Hao Xian was surprised, because I would never have thought that ordinary mortals could be interested in the program. The hero did not want to become a benefactor and a savior for everyone. He was amusing himself with the thought that at the end of the assignment, he would again receive some unique surprise. Of course, he did not want to miss such an opportunity. In order not to be late, he decided to hurry to intervene and become the third in this conflict. Apologizing in advance for his rough behavior, Hao Xian grabbed the elder's head and hit her on the tiled half of the restaurant. Due to a long break, the hero completely forgot how to calculate his power, and this time turned out to be a very strong blow that destroyed not only an expensive floor, but the whole building began to rattle and crack. The bandit will never offend anyone else, but the restaurant will need global restoration. Hao Shen himself saw that he had overdone. He needs to learn how to control his strength. After all, it is a world of ordinary mortals, which can break a hand with a simple handshake. Among all this mess, the hero found a red-haired guy who swayed from shock as insane. The young man hastened to ask for forgiveness for the fact that he had arranged here and promised to pay for everything. Suddenly, for the hero, the guy began to scream, not insults, but the fact that for him it is a great honor that his restaurant was so badly injured. He lowered his head and said that he would not accept a monetary reward. And then he began to apologize that from the very beginning he did not feel that the visitor to his cafe could be such a master of martial arts. He was ashamed that he allowed himself too much. The next moment, the guy began to beat himself and say that he committed an unforgivable sin, and he was ashamed of such disrespectful behavior. Hao Xian could not even think that local cultivators were so extolled in the city. The hero decided to change the subject because he needed something to talk about with him. He wanted to know better about the famous young lord. Indeed, besides the people, no one could tell the truth that took place in the city. The system worked, which suggested that the young man was moving in the right direction. His new task was a certain Neja, which was in the city palace. The red-haired guy began to tell that before the master was not so terrible and harmful. It was precisely the fact that the wandering traveler, Hao Xian, heard about the ruler. Here we must listen from the very beginning, because the city of mortals in the past really flourished. The people suited everything, because everyone had a good job, a salary, people were full and happy, and then everything changed dramatically. No one knows what happened to the young ruler, but over the past year he could not be recognized. He changed a lot, became cruel and gloomy. Although he did not commit any great evil, he began to spit on the suffering and torment of the ordinary people, who greatly appreciated him and loved him. The gentleman did not pay attention to what became with the lives of people living in the city, and increased all taxes several times. All this was done for their own pleasure. It was this that the life of ordinary people became worse and worse, and the number of dissatisfied increased sharply. Some began to think that some evil spirit took possession of their kind, Lord, who settled into the body and still eats his energy and secretly controls him. Hao Shen said this version has a place to be. And the guy agreed, because there was no other explanation for such a sharp change in his personality. The red-haired young man decided to ask why the master will find out information about the Lord. He directly asked the hero if he wants to defend people. Hao Xian decided to keep silent about his quest and confirmed the guesses of the young man about the fact that protecting the innocent is his duty. The young man admired his new acquaintances and said that he was very feeling in devotion to his promises, but he did not advise him to fight the Lord. The hero thought he would be with him at the same time. The guy replied that he really wanted to restore justice and return his hometown to the former good times. But the young master is not as simple as everyone thinks. The second story was used, from which it followed that the ruler is also immortal, because one day a certain unknown from the magic sect managed to offend the Lord, and naturally the poor was beaten. Alright, it turns out that that offender turned out to be the son of the head of the same community, and then hundreds of immortals approached the city with the intention of taking revenge on that poor fellow. The guy continued his story. The Lord alone figured out all the masters of martial arts and was not even tired. Hao Shen listened carefully and only convinced that all the actions of the young master said that he was Neja. But this was not the end, because no one knows what the sect went for. But she was able to call one of the true, immortal heavenly palace. Then the ruler was really scared, but it was in vain, because as soon as this immortal approached the Lord, he did not punish him. The heavenly messenger fell to the guy's knees. It was difficult to believe in it, but our storyteller swore his life, which was so, because he saw this scene with his own eyes. Our hero willingly believed him, because he, like that immortal from the palace, knew that in front of him was the son of Li Jing, who was a heavenly general. Hao Xin remained a mystery. Why Neja come to the world of mortals and become the lord of this city? It was not believed that the demon took control of him. It was difficult to believe in it. Something did not converge here, and the hero asked that the red-haired guy show him the way to the palace. The young man was trembling. He said that he was worried about the traveler, because they do not want to contact their master. But Hao Xian replied that he was all the same at everyone. Their ruler was those who are looking for a young man, because now he's gaining his students. The guy was very revived and began to fuss near the hero. He again began to ask for forgiveness, that he dared to doubt his abilities. And the guys moved to the Lord Palace. All the way they went in a great mood. The young man talked a lot about himself and his family, said that his name is Liu Shi. Hao Xian all the time pretended to be terribly interesting to know his whole story. But in fact, he did not care. If only the guy led him, and that's it. Liu Shi noticed that the master listens indifferently and does not ask questions at all. Then he said that one cannot be so boring, even if he is the strongest cultivator. Then the guy asked what strong family of the immortal was Haoxian himself. The talker even admitted that he was jealous that the young man had to stand on his star path as soon as he was born. The guy said that he was not so lucky. His parents owned an ordinary restaurant, and all his relatives could not even dream of any way. Liu Shi was sure that people themselves were free to choose their fate, but apparently this does not apply to the poor as his family was. The hero did not know how to reassure himself and not be nervous, and the young man continued to express himself that the thinking of a common people leaves them a special right to choose from, and they would never reach heights. At some point, Hao Shan still could not stand it and pushed the guy to the ground. He asked why he could not finally shut up. Liu Shi was very scared and said that he would be silent. Then they walked silently, until the young man again spoke about why the master did not want to listen to an ordinary person, because then he could come to enlightenment and break through to high ranks. Hao Xian realized that he could not plug him. The hero almost cried. He did not understand how he could contact this person radio. In the backyard of the palace of the ruler of the city, an important meeting took place, which changed the course of some events. Opposite the young master stood a huge saber-toothed tiger. The animal was sent from the heavenly palace to remind you that the young man was sent to the mortals' world, not just to laugh. Neza behaved, as always, arrogantly, and replied that he simply gave the people of the city what they really deserve. The beast menacingly asked the young man to choose expressions, and if he had not met him personally, he would have thought that the Lord was controlled by some demon. The tiger asked when the ruler managed to change like that, but Neza called him too talkative and ordered him to tell about the purpose of his arrival. Maybe his father decided to return him to the heavenly palace, but the animal was sent to the ground to mortals so that he would straighten his brains to the young master. Oh, this young man was more interested in, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. The Lord honestly admitted that he always dreamed of seriously fighting Hu Master. The tiger realized that everything would be real, and end very quickly for the ruler. The animal took advantage of its sealing technique. It was its new power. The body of the Lord was enclosed in a cocoon. It turns out that the Master Hu also did not stand still, but was continuously cultivated. Even the heavenly Tsar himself praised his new ability. And now the sable-toothed tiger used it fully. Then, from all sides, magic chains flew, which supplemented the equipment and charmed the guy's body even more. Hu Master knew for sure that the chains of thunder would not allow the Lord to even move, and the self-healing cocoon would not leave him a chance to escape from the trap. But just in case, he will leave another fortification. He lent one very rare treasure specifically for a naughty ruler. They don't dare to dream about him even in the world of the dead. It was a 7-story tower of the Heavenly King. The building was to reliably hide the chains of thunder and cocoon. Great. Everything went according to plan. The tiger knew very well that the master hears him and said that he probably remembered that his father's temple cannot be destroyed. Master Hu completed the educational process. He looked at his work from the side and was very pleased with himself, because now Neza will definitely not come out alive from there. But suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger began to feel that the energy of the young lord began to quickly fade. What's happening? The beast came closer to the tower to test his feelings and realized that the guy really dies there. The master began to jump high and beat the temple of the Heavenly King. He was very scared and constantly called the young master, but in response there was only silence. From the tower, the aura began to stand out, which began to gather in one place. Soon, one could notice the outlines of someone's figure. It was the internal energy of the Lord. The guy opened his eyes and told Tiger that he was right when he said that he could not get out of all traps alive. However, if he dissolves himself, first will kill. and then resurrect. The Master Hu did not think about this technique. Moreover, he did not even think that the guy could go to the stage of nirvana. It will just magically and definitely go down in history. The tiger began to cry, because for 3,000 years no one succeeded, but now it turns out that his student has become so unique. Anger for bad behavior disappeared, and the saber-toothed tiger turned into a gentle cat who began to congratulate his best student, because Neza began to possess the unlimited power Qi. However, the guy did not want such a rapprochement with the mentor. He had long realized that he had become immortal, and now no one is an opponent for him. Master Hu hastened to retire to the heavenly palace to please Li Jing and tell him about the achievements of his son. Having not received the proper punishment, the Lord considered that he did everything right and would continue in the same spirit. The young man did not know that the masters who reached the stage of nirvana are so highly appreciated in heaven. Neza was very pleased. He thought that if he had been taken for another 100 years, he would have taken his father. Then he turned around and went to his entertainment. But in the backyard, there were secret viewers who all saw. The behavior of the Lord was very reminiscent of Hao Xian, the behavior of the King of Monkeys. But this is even good, because the hero knew how to behave with such arrogance. This will only facilitate his task. In the hands of the guy, the golden card of the Holy Fox flashed, and he already began to represent how Nezha and Sun Wukong would get along together. Until the Lord left, it was time to start. Activation of Haoxian began in full swing, and the bright gluing of energy made the guy turn around. A beautiful girl stood in the glamorous cloud of female aura. It was the Holy Da Ji, which will become a real nightmare for the young master. Liu Shi Hubbard. The guy first was speechless, but Haoxian opened a bank with questions. He was interested in listening to, is it normal that an adult man should look like that? The red-haired one answered through falling saliva that the master looks incomparable. Well, that was true. The hero realized that now he was perceived as an object of unearthly beauty and sexuality. It's good that there are no friends here. Otherwise, the young man would simply hang from the abundance of their jokes. Neza was already behind. The Lord wanted to find out who, without demand, made his way to his territory. At first, he thought it was thieves. Then the Holy Daji decided to turn to the speaker. She did not have to do anything, because with her beauty, she had already defeated the ruler. Neza's heart was beating faster. The mind refused to understand everything that was happening, and the hero thought about that all the monsters and demons would have surrendered just as quickly. One Haoxian was uneasy, and he wanted to finish it as soon as possible, and drop this shameful appearance from himself. And he prepared for the attack. But nothing happened. Where did all the power go? It turned out that the fox in the usual state does not have any magical abilities. The system prompted the hero in order to enter the combat mode. It is necessary to absorb a huge amount of external qi. When he wanted to use this card, he had to first find out the details. The patience of the hero burst. Information about the Holy Daji was late, and he began to blame the program in this. He naively believed that the mockery of the program was over, but was mistaken. Hao Xian began a real tantrum. He began to scream so that the system now searches for the right amount of energy, but it was impossible. And then the hero dawned on the hero, and he can use the young lord and kissing him to succeed in the amount of internal qi. He will not notice anything, because he has an unlimited stock. For some reason, the Holy Daji was most angry precisely on the ruler and decided to check if she really had no power. But the guy did not even move. He did not react to her attack, and instead of punishment, Neza replied that they should not waste time, because he is a very busy guy. The girl pulled away and began to ask what he was planning, but the Lord grabbed her on his shoulders and carried her into his chambers, having previously constrained his victim with a rounded spell so that it resisted less. Returning to his palace, the Lord met many of his subordinates, but none of them stood up for the girl. All just squinted by the ruler and pretended that everything was in order. Some said that the master quite easily finds a common language with the girls. Others, on the contrary, that the beauty is disagreeable, and all this does not look mutually. But what is the difference to them? Once alone, Hao Xian began to shout that he was not a girl, but a man between them could not be. Neza sharply ceased to be kind and ordered that she immediately closed her mouth and sit in silence. He himself also became silent and began to listen to the silence. Then the guy prepared for something and looked at the top, but there was nobody there. The visitor went from below, and he began to congratulate the young man on the move. An uninvited guest did not think that the Lord would notice him. The demon asked at what point the guy learned him. Maybe when I was in training. Bez was smiling broadly. He was glad of this meeting and had long planned to visit because only a couple of years have passed and the ruler had already grown up. Neza was not familiar with this character, and meanwhile, the demon behaved as if they were kindred souls. But so it was. The demon turned out to be his uncle to the young lord and called him his beloved nephew. The demon continued to speak with riddles and said that the so-called concern of his father is still fresh in his memory, and he could not forget the way his brother acted with him. Neza slowly began to understand who dealing with. This is the same demon that occupied the 10th place among the masters of the heavenly palace, but how he survived, because his father personally executed him. And the relative already scanned the nephew and found out that he had mastered the technique of nirvana. It turns out that Li Jing is still looking after his son. He tried to make a reservation calmly so that the Lord would give him his essence with his abilities, and then he would agree to leave his young body unchanged. Neza considered this option humiliating and called his uncle with an impudent animal. He decided to put him in place and said that he was only one of the many losers. The ruler explained to the demon in his own language that those times when he could offer him something worthwhile has long passed. Now the young man is not interested in anything else. But the guy did not attack the demon. He's not so brainless as to compete with a master who takes 10th place in the list. Nezar warned that someday they would still fight, and the gentleman will definitely remember their today's conversation. The young man thought to hide, but a powerful magic fist obediently stopped the guy and he flew far back. Neza at first did not understand what kind of tricks these were, but the demon was in no hurry to explain his blow. He only asked if he understood correctly that the young man wanted to escape. The room has become like a cube trap. Uncle Lord said that if he did not change his mind, let him try to escape again. He honestly admitted that he was very well prepared for their meeting, and again spoke that the Lord would give him his spiritual essence. The villain perfectly understood that, having entered the state of the nirvana, the body of the ruler became immortal. But this does not cancel his plans, and in this state he could catch the guy and begin to torture him. And then Nezar heard that his relative was pursuing. He just wants to become invincible. With the help of this state of his body, he will not have to wait a decade to take revenge on the heavenly king. His true intentions angered the Lord, and he gathered all his strength to break through the barrier, which was a trap for him. The demon asked that his beloved nephew would not offend him. He would not lock it inside the fragile walls. He decided to play a quiz and asked the guy would not recognize this energy. After all, this is such a treasure that his father loves so much that there is so much chi in him that it could create some small world. According to the demon, no one could save the Lord. The villain laughed because he sharpened the guy here for eternity, but then he noticed something was wrong. His trap began to flow. Stains and gaps appeared. Something was wrong. He began to look for the reason that was about to release his victim. It turns out that Daji took a great opportunity and calmly absorbed chi energy. She knew that she would soon expose her, but this did not frighten her, and she continued to charge. The dungeon of his nephew was melting directly before his eyes. The demon was in shock. He could not believe that here he was beaten. Will there be enough Hao Xian power to awaken the abilities of the immortal? The plans of the demon were not destined to come true. He did not fully think through all the details of the operation, and now failed. The man looked at the girl and did not know who she was. Putting his nephew for later, he began to deal with an uninvited guest. He asked if she really likes to absorb someone else's energy. The demon decided to feed the holy Daji with another portion of power and called for the help of the fire dragon. The girl stopped. She felt that something strong squeezed her, and looking around that the demon was very close. He wanted her to try his personal chi. The enemy decided to check how much she was enough, and after his own words, he sent his beast towards the girl. The dragon sharply changed the trajectory and flew at all pairs to the beauty. But she did not wait until she reflected her perfect appearance and put up a defense in front of herself, which the enemy stumbled upon. Their struggle was very exciting. Each participant in the fight could hold the enemy's blow. And then something amazing happened. At first, the demon began to feel that his beast was weakening and his aura disappeared. And then he saw how the holy fox Daji and his energy absorb. Now he did not look so self-confident and did not know if he would have victory. The demon watched with horror as his essence disappears. How voracious is this girl? Neza was also very surprised by the such unreal power of his new concubine. Because of his desires, he did not even manage to feel that a crazy aura came from her. Hao Xian looked at the hands of the holy fox and was in shock. He felt that this was not the limit. Then Daji looked at her enemy. Because the championship was her, which means that she will dictate the rules of the game. 2. Yes, the fun will begin. The girl wanted the demon to become her experimental rabbit, because she wanted to check whether she could be fed with his evil energy. And without delaying this piquant moment, Hao Xian directed the saint's hand towards the frightened demon, and the process went. The figure of a powerful Yanwang uncle began to spread slowly. He smoldered like a cigarette, leaving behind a light smell of Gary. Daji stopped only when a skeleton covered with leather remained from the enemy. Neja saw how one technique, the girl defeated the demon, who took the 10th place on the list of the strongest. He was impressed because she managed to preserve his chambers in its original state. No destructive techniques. Amazing. The young man wanted to get to know her as soon as possible, and Daji checked the information regarding her energy. She thought that the system broke or was mocking, because it turned out that the girl was not charged at the maximum, which means that the task continues. Hao Xian already defeated the enemy, saved the Tsar's son, and his warrior still had an appetite for energy. Is she really so strong? The hero began to panic because he did not know where to look for this additional energy. The system did not say that the Nezha power has changed, which means the guy has not increased in development. And then Hao Xian recalled that he was in the chambers of the young lord, and initially his plan was to suck his power. But for sure, apparently his auras are not enough for complete happiness. Neza was very scared when he realized that the next in line. The guy no longer looked at the girl. As for adoration, now he did not know what to protect himself, because she is very powerful. The Lord began to say that he had previously been forced to use it in order to confuse the plans of the enemy whom he felt. But she did not care about his words. She only said that she would take quite a bit. The holy Daji promised that she would not harm the young master, and he would not even feel any discomfort, because only a drop of his aura needs. However, he did not believe her. Firstly, he saw her for the first time in his life. Secondly, he did not want to become a donor at all. Thirdly, she did not give him 100% guarantee that she would not kill him later. Neza warned a beautiful warrior so that she would not forget that he has a special condition, nirvana, which gives him a sea of unlimited energy. The young man was at the peak of his euphoria. He had not met opponents for a long time, with whom he could fully use his abilities. Neza was sure that she could not defeat him. The restless Fox Daji began her procedure. The guy began to feel that his body was twisting like a sponge. The young lord realized what was happening that he did not expect at all. His restoration did not have time behind the speed of exhaustion. The immortal did not stop pulling spiritual energy out of him. In the end, he was even stopped holding his legs, and he collapsed to the floor. Not a single woman in life so exhausted him so much. The hero ran to the body of a young master and began to ask him not to lose consciousness. Where is this visible for the purpose of the mission to die? The system voiced the good news that finally the DAJI Fox has accumulated quite a charge. The girl looked at the guy who had not yet been healed. It had an endless flow of energy. How Xian activated all the accumulated forces of the Holy Warrior and entered the state of spells DAJI. The program congratulated the hero on the successful obtaining high status. Now she was the only magician in the heavenly palace associated with the soul of man. There was no limit to joy. Her abilities could penetrate the mind of the victim and manipulate her with memories, since she wanted it. This is an incredibly powerful gift. Right now, the idea came to the girl that she did not need to spend her hand at all to impress the young lord. She will simply work out his mind and will inspire him that he was strong. After all, this is a great option. Change some memories of the young man and increase his potential. Sounds logical. Then the fox DAJI and set to work. The girl left her shell and went on a trip. Koga was in the mind of the young lord. Then I did not immediately understand it. Around it was all the same, gloomy and incomprehensible. Among the black substance, she noticed a sunshore other energy, which steamed separately from consciousness. The fox thought that it was worth finding the source of this alien power. Curiosity led her to this. Holy Daji thought that it was probably the inner malice of Neja. She wanted to test her feelings. The warrior sent closer to the ominous monster, but it turned out to be not easy, because she felt strong resistance and hostility. The immortal Daji barely touched the mucus beast as his whole body began to be shown and began to beat the blinding ray of light from all sides. Then gradually the brightness weakened and memories began to appear. Daji began to examine every little thing in order to miss anything. The hero noticed a simple girl on the territory of the palace of the young lord. Having examined her face, Haoxian noted that she was too beautiful, but of course not as much as his immortal warrior. The girl stopped opposite the young master and said that she decided to refuse him. The guy asked her and added whether she heard about his strength. He said that many dream of such an opportunity, and she dares to refuse. The young beauty said that she knew about the heavenly origin of the young man, but she was raised from childhood that it was impossible to use other people's capabilities. Neza looked incomprehensibly at his interlocutor. In my opinion, she didn't understand him so much. He only wanted to take her as a student. The girl explained that the Lord would spend his time on her, and she could not give him anything in return. This is what she meant when she spoke about the use of the respected Lord. Neza said he heard about her kind-hearted mother, who was known to many. The guy said that he was making her decision, but to miss such a talent would be a huge loss. He invited her to work as his assistant and help him in palace affairs while she was learning cultivation. The girl hesitated. Mother will definitely punish her for this. But the Lord was right, because this will not be considered the use of his precious time. Neza continued to persuade her, promised that the work would be the easiest. He did not want to push her and said that when she decides, he would wait for her in his residence. The hero noticed that while the young lord looked good, natured and calm, he was very different from the guy in whose consciousness she was. Haoxian decided to rewind the memories ahead and see how the young man would behave a few days later after meeting with the girl. After that, rumors crawled throughout the city. Everyone who is not too lazy began to say that the daughter of the Ektonshur was called a student into the palace. The people were indignant that the widow rose so quickly to the city lord. Many were sure that the girl bewitched the young master with her untouched beauty. Those who began to invent a lie is supposedly mother and daughter. For a long time, secretly became the toys of the ruler, and only now their secret was revealed. Evil tongues were not even shy to attribute their most dirty desires to be a minor, believing that her beauty is completely for influential people. In one of these conversations, the Lord himself decided to intervene in order to punish for a lie, and once and for all to end their gossip. The immortal DAG followed everyone's movement, remembered his every word. The girl saw how cowardly gossipers began to ask for mercy from an angry young man. Neza regretted the frightened people. He warned that he was closing his eyes to their unjustified lie. At this moment, the hero felt that the people are afraid and respects their ruler. Haoxian even began to experience pride in the guy because of his generosity. Thanks to timely intervention, the fate of the Yukwathishi daughter has become completely different. The girl realized that she should not be afraid with such a defender. She boldly moved to the palace, and now her every day did not do without cultivating her abilities. The Lord kept his promise and always followed and instructed the young beauty. The guy always praised his only student because she managed to learn how to control her spiritual power in 6 months. The Lord sincerely rejoiced for her. The young man noticed that even the inhabitants of the heavenly palace do not have such a level of talent. He knew that he was not mistaken by choosing her. The girl not only practiced excellently, but also coped with the cleaning of the palace. He wanted her to always be so bold and fully laid out in every lesson. And then one day she would be more noticeable. And perhaps she would receive immortality. Hearing so many pleasant words, the student began to thank her benefactor and promised that she would not let him down. Hao Xian himself noted for himself that the Lord really found a real diamond, because in 6 months, to ordinary mortal, it is really impossible to achieve such a result. At the other end of the city, where her beloved student of the young lord had a day before, her mother. She liked to occupy a family business. Embroidery was very soothing and put thoughts in order. Suddenly, a cobblestone flew into the woman's room. The stone fell right into the head, and it was a little painful. 3 guys shouted under the window. They have not loved her family for a long time, and now decided to open their feeling of dislike for her person. The hooligans shouted loudly that her daughter was the favorite of the young lord, who bewitched with her beauty, but in fact a ugly witch. The villains only angered the 18 Sure with this insult. She was tired of listening to the ridicule of ordinary people to her family. She answered them to get out of her windows. In fact, the poor mother was tired of making excuses and proved that her daughter is doing everything on her own. They will still not believe. The gang of hooligans only laughed at her words. They continued to insult and laugh. The guys were not afraid of anything, because they did not think that someone could protect the old woman here. She also caught up with the hooligans, and when they recognized the young lord in her, she fell to their knees and began to ask for forgiveness for all their insults. The guy did not touch them, and only ordered that these bandits and members of their family were brought to the palace to make them punishment there. The will of the ruler was fulfilled in the shortest possible time, and the very next day, all the culprits were in the office of the Lord. Neza made a punishment: 50 lashes for adults, 10 for their children. One of the fathers tried to change the measure of restraint, because these are just children. The ruler was adamant. He clearly thought before voicing the fee for insults, realizing that parents will put pressure on pity, but this time they will not succeed. His student intervened in the conversation, who asked to reconsider his decision, because 10 strokes of teenagers can destroy. Understanding that the same that he passes the death sentence to them, the guy did not want to change anything. He turned to the girl and said that they offended her mother, and she also stood up for them. But the young beauty replied that she did not ask the ruler to cancel the punishment, but simply considers it unfair that they should pay their lives for what they did in their own words. Well, okay. The girl influenced the decision of the young master, and he noticed small blows on 3 large ones, believing that they would not die. Neza once again repeated to his parents, so that they would carefully engage in their children and follow what they are doing in their free time. Everyone was very pleased with such a decision, and thanked their fair and human ruler. Having left alone, the Lord spoke that he did not care about these naughty people, but he was worried that this would negatively affect the girl's impeccable reputation. She thought for a while and then replied that she was not at all scared. It seemed to her that time would put everything in its place and everything would be forgotten. Neza looked at his student. Her words were not at all like the words of a 13-year-old teenager, and in order to forget the little unpleasant events of this day, they went to training, the purpose of which was to surpass yesterday's results. But the innocent girl did not know that among the crowd of offenders are real villains who did not leave their plans. Old Van barely got home. The man received 10 strokes with whips for the slander of his son. It's good that he thought of asking his neighbors to help him. One of his acquaintances said that this time the man thought he would definitely die. But the Lord changed the number of blows in time, and this saved his life. Van replied that the young ruler realized that he was originally wrong, and therefore changed his decision. But he still cannot indicate what needs to be done, either by his son. Remembering about his son, the man trembled with anger, recalling how he was punished. And he added that when he recovers, he would smash the whole city and the palace in addition. 3 months passed, but the rumors of the Lord and his student did not subside, but only intensified and became even dirtier. People believed in what they wanted to believe in. If they rejoiced for the girl, then they were not noticed. On this day, a young ruler and student walked around the market. The guy noticed that the people were quiet in the square. Just as they appeared, Neza saw that the guys on the street were not saying anything, but their views are very mocking, and this was just getting him out of himself. The young man tried his best to control his anger. He understood that there was no place for a quarrel, otherwise the rest would think that their master was crazy. The guy turned to the girl to see how she feels in such a tense atmosphere. Their relationship became warmer, but not so to wake up in one bed. In order not to disturb her teacher, she tried not to show her embarrassment and replied that everything was in order, because she did not care what others think. The main thing is that they sincerely like each other. Neza was convinced that she still followed her example. His situation also abruptly stopped bothering. The guy was enough of her concern. The ruler was reassured by the optimistic smile of the young beauty, who forever remained in his memory. Once Neza found her in the middle of a cold, rapidly current river. It was the same beloved student who will forever remain only 14 years old. Before his death, there was not the slightest sign. They, as always, dreamed of a happy joint future when the girl matures. But now life has stopped for him too. Then he found the last letter on her table, in which she apologized for her act and asked him not to saddle after her death. Neza understood that the people who constantly slandered the girl simply pushed her to this act. A stupid girl thought that her death would sadden the young master, but he will not suffer at all and kill. Instead, all the mortals of this city will be paid. Then he was very angry with people. At that moment, the guy, unexpectedly for himself, discovered nirvana. There was so much anger in him that he was afraid of himself. Neza wished to kill everyone. He called simple mortals garbage and cursed it at all times. He longed to break his mouth with a talkative gossip. The insults continued for a long time. The young lord did not even try to pacify his spiritual energy. He was bursting in all directions. The guy realized that murderous intentions spread very quickly inside his body. It was necessary not to succumb to and try to control his anger. Otherwise, he could reborn into a demon. But he again remembered what happened to his lover, and he again wanted to destroy the whole world. His desires led to the fact that hatred began to tear his soul into pieces. In order for resentment and powerlessness to change something from the demon lord, he seized his hatred in his mind. How Xian understood that something strange creature is the state of a young man, and aggression that he began to experience for the inhabitants of the city, only the remains of those memories that burst out. The immortal Dagi objectively analyzed the act of the young lord and realized that he had acted very reasonably. She introduced herself in his place and thought that she would do now. The fox decided that it was necessary to try to just destroy this evil memory. It was the easiest option, but then she began to think about the consequences. Can Neza be able to cope with the consequences of this destruction and protect the young man from his mistakes? Will she then reveal his potential? The hero began to torment his conscience. He began to think about who he was and all that he could, without permission, just erase other people's memories. But this condition did not last long. Hao Xian sharply changed his mind and drove away all these girlfriends, because he should have thought about his own benefit and self-development. Relying on his own strength, the holy Daji took aim at the very middle of the tumor, and gaining sufficient acceleration, flew into the attack. Suddenly, the former thoughts returned to his head again. The inner voice stopped her and protested. If someone had erased the memoirs of the hero, then the guy would hate him until his death. The former Hao Xinduatu with justice. It turns out that if he does not destroy this nightmare now, then he will never reach the top. And then a hysteria began, that this is all not just some kind of ordinary personality development. If he changes his mind, this will become a huge loss. Hao Xian decided not to rush and gave himself time to think and figure it out. He wanted to get to that and another. And then he had an idea. From the future, the hero already knew that Neja would do many troubles. The tendon from the dragon would tear out, cut the bones, and send them to his father. He will make many mistakes while Buddha saves him. The guy also analyzed the past of the young lord, in which he was much worse. But even then, he was saved. It turns out that the current situation is not so dangerous. The immortal DAJI has already prepared a plan for how to make contact with the great Buddha. The girl decided to return to an ordinary world, something she sat in a strange head. Once in the chambers of the Lord, she turned to heaven. Hao Xian shouted to the mysterious, powerful master to help he send Neza to meet in the Buddha. The hero shouted with all his might because he knew that the heavenly king hears him and his requests for the Lord of a mere trifle. In response, there was only silence. Then the young man went to the threats and said that if his request is ignored, he will stop developing, and again he began to listen. I heard only a familiar voice. Then a red-haired guy appeared in the window who muttered that his turn had come to save the teacher. Liu Shi imagined himself a knight, and with the words, "which will now save the immortal mistress," said that he was ready to risk his life for him. Hao Xian looked at the young man, and only one thought settled in his head, that this guy was lying too sweetly. The hero looked at his redhead savior. A lie was clearly heard in his words. This untruth poured out of the child's mouth without any effort. The young man noticed that Liu Shiyi is always somewhere nearby, and silently follow his every step. He analyzed his behavior and realized that he was too cowardly and is always hiding. When it smells of losing, he's looking for as if hiding unnoticed. But if the situation changes, then he turns into caring and brave, ready to help at all costs. The opinion of Hao Xian has such that Liu Shi has an excellent acting talent, but so far this is all that he could see in this boy. The young man could not understand how to help his new student reveal his abilities and get a reward for this. He knew for sure that the system could not be mistaken, so he would have to help him. The idea that was supposed to work out to work quickly. For the imaginary courage of his student, the hero was going to praise him. The guy took out a rainbow pearl and said that this is a treasure of the highest level, which can increase the density of spiritual energy around the whole body. Then he handed the crystal an amazed young man and continued to compose that it was given to him by a student of some mysterious lady. And having accepted it, Liu Xioi will increase its speed of improvement 10 times. Having taken him in his hands, the red-haired guy was proud that it was the teacher who gave him such a unique pearl. Then he bowed his head and began to thank his master for his great kindness and mercy to him. He said that he could never repay him for such a service and added that Hao Xian reminds him of his dead parents. For even more entourage, he began to cry. But it was his game again. After all, in fact, his soul triumphed from everything that was happening. The guy thought that he was so easy to deceive the teacher and he wanted to get another core. At this time, Hao Shan received congratulations from the program, which said that the hero was successfully undergoing an additional test. For this, he was increased to the potential to 85%. And he also received a unique object, a crimson magic bell. But the hero would be pleased with the increase in his power, because this is a very significant increase in the mortal. Then the guy turned to the red-haired boy and took his recent gift from him, and the system immediately said that the student's potential was reduced by 5%. Hao Shen thought that even if you take the gift back, the subject remains in place, and no one would confiscate it. This solved all his problems, and now you cannot worry about any consequences. Great! The girl decided to say goodbye to Liu Xi and said that if fate allows, then they will meet someday. In the meantime, she was going to do other things and asked him not to distract her. The red-haired guy did not even have time to add anything. He stood and could not understand what kind of fiction had happened to him now and how he had everything he dreamed about in a moment. Now Hao Shan could, in his usual appearance, engage in the return of Neja to the Middle Kingdom. He remembered his previous requests and hoped that this method would definitely work this time. He was completely focused and believed his own judgment. The hero tried to remain calm, and now, 2 hours later, the process moved from the dead point. And when Hao Xian thought about why the main in heaven hesitates and hesitates with his help, the gates opened. The bright divine beam descended to the main square of the palace. The pillar of magical energy served as an elevator between the two worlds. Neza still did not come to his senses, and his relaxed body flew on this corridor from the ground right home. Hao Shen was pleased that he managed to reach the Heavenly King. The hero stood and silently watched the magical phenomenon. He was interested in what secrets heaven was hiding from him. The young man was very curious in this matter. While the body of the young lord disappeared in the clouds, he heard that his main task ended successfully. But our hero did not stop. He was surprised at how quickly it all ended, and is it possible that a person in the sky could easily be a boa himself? But these were only his guesses. This time, in the hand of Hao Xian, there is a map that was sent to him as a reward for the mission. This is the map of the Vertex, Queen Mother of the West. The guy could not believe that he had a girl again. Why are the gods so unfair to him? But his disorder did not last long. Hao Xian quickly tuned in to fulfill his next task, because this time he had only 5 days in stock. He quickly gathered his strength, forgetting even about wild fatigue. But he had to linger a little more in the palace. Although Neja is unlikely to return to the ground, but his respect from the people must be preserved at all costs. Although Neja is unlikely to return to the ground, but his respect from the people must be preserved at all costs. And Hao Xian decided to restore justice and do not let these rumors distributors without punishment. But he could not cope alone, and a few days later, the news of the vulnerable kingdom spread around the district. Thanks to the constant adding of his words, the story became completely different from the real one. In the ancient city of Tai, ancient ruins of immortal cultivation appeared, where numerous treasures are reliably hidden. Everyone became curious. The most daring masters immediately went to the settlement and found there 2 significantly strong objects. And as soon as the news of the treasures turned out to be true, everything got out of control. And numerous crowds of cultivators began to stay in TA. Most masters were newcomers and behaved very mercilessly and viciously. And soon a complete chaos came in the city, which never happened in history. Many residents decided to leave their homes and began to be massively evicted. Now the city, which was known for its love for gossip, eventually became a victim of rumors. Somewhere on the edge of the settlement was our hero. He thought about whether such rumors could help him, or is it ineffective? Hao Xian, nevertheless, very much counted on a positive outcome, because he had two treasures as the basis, which gave the guy high hopes. He was going to leave his new acquisitions for dessert and try the improvement that came after using the peak card. He was interested in what power it would be updated. Around it became very hot, and the languages of energy that came from the body of the young man began to connect in his hand into one powerful ray. How Shen felt the pressure increased. This is a completely different level than it was before. The hero immediately began to compare what this power looked like and remembered that he felt the same from the King of Monkeys to his cultivation with the great power of Tao. The young man was going to direct the magic nucleus to the rock, and it began to pulsate, gaining the desired power. Suddenly, a sharp breaking. Hao Xian did not understand what happened and why the spell stopped without his order. What to expect from this strong weapons that does not obey anyone? Will it not harm its creator? The fiery core began to split into smaller spherical particles that acquired a different shape. Hao Xian thought that he was all dreaming of, because the molecules became like children's sweets in the form of animals. They did not look at all like a deadly weapon. The kindergarten decided to arrange a meeting, and one of the elements began to ask the rest if they have any plans for the current goal. Someone spoke out and said that at first you should send your strength for a deep blow, and then being inside the target, destroy it as much as possible from the inside. Many supported this option. It was decided to do just that. An element in the form of a cat said that he would take the leadership, and the rest sent an explosion inside. He aimed at the rock, in which our hero initially chose, and made a deep cave a few meters from the ground. The rest of the sweets followed the leader and rushed into the created hole. Their work looked very professionally and harmonious. The result of their powerful blow was not long in coming, and a powerful explosion thundered after a few seconds. When the smoke scattered a little, Hao Xian saw that it was standing right in front of a bunch of stones. The guy was shocked by what was happening. These endless experiments have created real magic, which developed the magic of self. Awareness. Hao Xian suddenly realized that the former owner of his body was a very unique master. The system told the hero that his new goal is a novice descendant. The program a little introduced the young man to the heir, who is currently ruled by the city of Linjiang, inside the Wulong Mountain. The guy did not really like that he would come again to deal with the young lord, and with his whole appearance, he showed his discontent. At the entrance to the fortress, there were several warriors who violently discussed the order, which stated that they needed to return. They sincerely did not understand why they were deployed back. One of them was more aware and told them that several brothers from their sect found the lord of the city seriously wounded in the forest, and now their boss plans to appoint a ransom from the ruler in order to save his life. But as soon as they receive coins, they are going to run away so that they never worry about food and clothes. Two other bandits were a little scary from this plan, but they are not the only ones who learned this truth. Not far in the bushes sat Hao Xian. Now it became clear to him why the system issued such a strange location of his new mission. Now the task was becoming a little more complicated, because the Lord is captured by the bandits. To begin with, he was going to get into the city to understand its true nature, and then take measures to liberate the young ruler. The hero had to behave quietly, and in no case do not give out his strength. This would attract a lot of attention. It was necessary to come up with a true legend. Only one idea came to mind: to pretend that he is a rescuer and thereby get closer to the goal as much as possible. The guy decided to shout to the hooligans and angry them a little. Hao Xian ordered the villains to be handed over to his boss to immediately release the wounded lord. All his mood and words said that he was ending politeness and a fight was about to begin. The bandits looked at each other silently. No one had a concept what kind of uninvited guest decided to visit them and why his intentions are so hostile. Everything went as the hero planned. Soon he was thrown into prison. After the kicks, he heard that his behavior is too defiant. The bandits thought that they were dealing with ordinary mortals, which did not have the initial stage of cultivation. they decided to close it with others. In the end, they remembered their fair boss, who never deprived anyone of his life. In the room, the hero was not alone. Nearby, right on the cold stone floor, another guy was sitting about the same age as Hao Xian. The poor thing was the same Lord of Lin Jiang. While the guy came to his senses from the sick fall, Hu Yi decided to clarify the moment that the young man does not at all look like a brave and strong savior. The ruler wanted to hear the truth. Hearing someone else's voice of Hao Xian immediately forgot about his abrasions. He adhered to his plan and did not want him to be exposed. The young man began to admire the actions of a brave ruler and began to tell that he accidentally became a witness to the conversation of three bandits. And when he found out that they abducted him, he decided to fight with them. At first, Ho Yi silently listened to the whole story of the guy. Then he honestly admitted that he did not see his savior in him. In his appearance, he was not noticeably believed by him or not. Suddenly the Lord rose and with words of gratitude began to beat Hao Xian. The ruler did not understand why the simple mortal had to raise a noise when it was just possible to inform the estate about what had happened. The hero tried to endure this cruelty. He only thought about the reward for the mission. All the beaten, he continued to claim that he wanted to save Ho Yi alone. Having released his steam, the ruler ordered the young man to shut up. His actions seemed very wrong to him. Just at that moment, the overseer entered them, who brought them food. Something very tasteless lay on the plate, and, moreover, it stank a lot. It was a cook, who was looking at the guard who was assigned to follow the prisoners. After making sure that the bandit was not suspected of anything, the young man began to whisper to the Lord that he was his fan and wants to help them all escape. Hao Yi continued to listen to him. He did not dare to believe in the veracity of his words, because he had just exposed a major deceiver, and it is possible that this time he would be the same. However, the young cook told the Lord his plan that tonight at the banquet, mix drugs in the food of the bandits to bring from an unconscious state. And finally, he added that they would wait for his good news and fully trust him. Then the young man hastened to leave the camera. Hao Yi looked after the chef. He definitely had already seen him somewhere, but where exactly he could not remember. The very evening of the celebration in the Society of Bandits came. Already from afar, one could hear obscene words and cries who came from their den. They all got drunk and did not cease to rejoice that they would very soon become rich and independent thanks to their wise boss. Meanwhile, special magic took place in the kitchen. The young chef prepared hotter for all these drunken hermits. Standing a boiling pan, he quietly took out a bag of dope from his pocket. Behind him stood his wife, who knew what would happen later and very much begged him not to do this. It turns out that more recently, villains saved their two from imminent death. And now she did not understand why her husband does this, pays evil for good. At first he hesitated, but despite all of them, they were still bandits. He used to think also that villains rob only bad guys, helping the poor. The next second, the cook poured powder into the pan. Since he decided so for a long time, then this is to be. Only in this way the young man was going to break out of the lower class and provide his best future. He diligently stirred drugs and sentenced him to be his only chance that he should use. Listening to what an outstanding personality her husband should become, the wife of the cook watched with horror how the poisoned food was being prepared. There was fear in her eyes. In the dungeon, someone opened the door. The approaching steps became heard. The very cook that they had already seen went down the stairs to the guys. The young man opened the heavy goal of the camera and happily said that the path was free, and he managed to agree with the bandits about their release. Coming to the surface, the Lord saw that the bodies of the hooligans were lying on the ground. They looked helpless and disgusting. No one could speak and move normally. Hao Yi praised the young man and said that as a master of this city, he would return him to reward him for such a bold act as soon as they return home. But before this happens, the ruler asked him for another service. The cook agreed to serve his benefactor. He did not care how many tasks would need to be fulfilled. This was not a problem at all. He already imagined how the ruler himself publicly thanks him for salvation. And Ho Yi voiced his request. He wanted the guy to finish to the end and kill all the bandits. Only in this way they will not pursue them anymore when they come to their senses after the dope. Hearing the order, the young man immediately lost interest and became quiet. He lowered his head, thinking about what to say in response to his master. How Xian could not understand what happened to the young lord, that his behavior was so cruel. His orders were even very cruel, even worse than Neja. Why is this happening? In any case, everyone stood silently and waited for what the cook would answer this. He could not force himself to do this. The same assistant appeared who said that the guy should not do this, because for such actions there will be serious consequences. But the Lord insisted that this was his only opportunity for success. Hao Yi said that these bandits really have a good reputation. He just wants them to be dead. The hero was looking for options for how to intervene in this injustice. He was not at all angry at the bandits, since the Lord, and he did not want blood to pour for unknown reasons. The young man decided to take advantage of his subject, which recently saved his life. Definitely that he will help him this time. Hao Xuan was going to enter the mortal state for a short period of time, and then quickly recover. He really wanted the bandits to survive. Without paying attention to anyone, the ruler demanded that the cook immediately report his decision. More than anything, he did not like to wait. Finally, the chef voiced his desire. He agreed to the conditions of the young lord and already began to get his sword. It seemed too simple a task, but to the one who never killed a person was very difficult to overcome himself. In addition to this, the battle was dishonest because the enemy was unconscious. The young man felt very vile. He set himself up that his dream would soon come true, and he would become an outstanding master. Returning to the estate, the ruler first began to fulfill his promise. Hao Yi gave the young cook wealth and precious jewelry. But did the ruler make the guy forget about the bloody order that he fulfilled? For a while he managed to forget about his act, because Hu Yi began to fulfill even the most cherished and pleasant desires of the chef. The guy has never seen so many unrealistic beauties in life, and now he was allowed to even touch them. And at this time in the bedroom, the Lord led his personal reception. His appearance was still tired and tense. He called the servant to his chambers to clarify how the investigation was held at his request, and what was he could find out. The servant answered the ruler that this chef took part in imperial exams several times. Hao Yi began to recall that the young man achieved the location of the younger officer and always showed his respect. But then his candidacy was replaced with a more trusted person, and he decided to leave the city with his wife. But on the way, they ran into the bandits, from whom they were saved by a gang of dragon tiger. And gratitude for salvation, they together began to cook them food. That's the whole story. It turns out that Ho Yi was right when he thought that this guy was familiar to him. It was strange to the ruler that he did not feel any resentment from the young man for being shifted along his career ladder. On the contrary, it blew from him great potential and the desire to be the first. Hao Yi invited the guy to him and began to generously treat him. The young man did not skimp on gratitude for such a rich trick. He liked everything. The Lord stared at his guest, and then he noted that he looks much more confident than a few days ago. Now the cook, like a high-ranking person, the young man could not get enough, and as always, thanked his ruler because he again received what he was supposed to. Hao Yi said that the guy does not stop there. He knew that he would agree to all his orders. The Lord offered him something more powerful and exciting. This is power. The cook immediately lit up, hearing what he dreamed about for many years. He began to bow very much to the ruler. However, Hu Yi said that he should not thank him yet, because he has not checked some of the main qualities of his faithful servant. The cruel lord warned the guy that he was waiting for very difficult checks and trials, filled with surprises and love affairs. So excessive sentimentality will be superfluous. The young man carefully listened to his master and promised that he could completely rely on him. He was always ready for any test. Preparing his warrior rather morally, Hu Yi moved to the essence of the mission. He told him very terrible things that expected that he would be very soon fulfilled. Everything was so terrible that the brave chef poured the river in a brave chef. His eyes became just huge, and he was afraid to move. After listening to the order, the guy got to his feet and went away from the chambers of his master. And quietly, our hero watched this scene. Hao Xian could not understand why the character of this lord is so distorted, and he seems very impregnable. He urgently needed to come up with a plan in order to be above him. Returning to his guest house, the cook began to collect the necessary things. His wife was scared by such a sharp change in the mood of his husband. She tried to stop him and asked him to explain to her why did he need to meet with the Lord. But he did not want to explain anything to her. And passing her a bag of things, he said that he would tell her everything along the way. Leaving the house, the guy shouted after him that he no longer wants to stay in this ghostly place, and the Lord, none other than the devil and the real beast. The couple was already on the outskirts of the city, but the woman still did not receive any explanation from her husband and demanded an explanation. The chef turned around and viciously told her that the Lord was going to give them 2 official positions, but she did not understand what was bad about that. And then he voiced a new order. He was ordered to kill his wife and all because they still think that he was too sentimental. The woman expected to hear anything, but this news was so wild that she even covered her mouth with her hand so that her scream would not burst out. But he reassured the growing tantrum of his wife and said that everything was in order. They do not need these countless wealth. And she exhaled and said that she would remain with him to the end, no matter what happened. The guy was no longer stopped. He began to shout that no one dared to wish her death, because they did not know what the spouses had to go through. She took his hands and began to calm down a little. The woman did not feel the danger at all and said that he should not be upset due to stupid orders. It seemed to her that the position that cost her life was not so tempting, and the upset cook wanted to go away from the city as soon as possible. When the night came, they decided to arrange an overnight stay right in the open. Because of the nervous day, the woman fell asleep first, but the guy still could not fall asleep. Thoughts constantly spinning in his head about how close he was to his dream. He stood up quietly and took out his sharp dagger, carefully approached his sleeping wife. He swung over her sleeping body. Hearing the rustle, the woman woke up. She saw that her husband was going to slaughter her and began to cover her face with his hands. At that moment, the cook thought that now her dying gaze would pursue him for a long time, and it would be better if she was still sleeping. But he killed her with an accurate blow, right in his heart. It was all over. The blood of his beloved woman flowed through his hands, and it was he who deprived her of life. At this very moment, common sense came to him, and he began to bitterly mourn the murder of his beloved. And in the residence of the city lord, his sonorous laughter was heard. Hu Yi laughed loudly and said that it was all very great. In the room, there was a table on which lay a covered corpse. Blood began to ooze through the material, which made the picture even worse. The cook stood nearby, and his gaze was darker than the clouds. He did not move at all, and it seemed that he was about to faint. How Yi liked that the guy performs his instructions in the shortest possible time. The ruler turned to his servant and ordered him to bring an outfit for the new deputy official. At this moment, the chef's mood improved sharply. He did not believe that he hears these words from the lips of the ruler, and this applies to him personally. But then, Ho Yi abruptly stopped the servant and said that he completely forgot about another little thing that was going to entrust the faithful subject. The Lord aloud voiced his thoughts. So wasn't it a gross violation of the laws of the city of Linjiang? These words, like a thunder among a clear sky, fell on the head of a confused guy. He was very scared and began to make excuses that he had just fulfilled the order of his master. Very soon, his carefree, rich life ended, and now he was attached in the courtyard of the residence of the cruel lord. The guy raised his head and asked the ruler why he was so unfair to him again. After all, he constantly shows only that he's ready to serve him until the end of his days. How he saw that the chef was on the verge of death and decided to explain everything to him. He aimed at this simple person only because he reminds him of himself. The Lord caught some moments similar to him and brave acts that he himself did in his youth. And although Ho Yi was born in the family of a respected master, his mother always remained a mistress, and he is illegitimate. All his life he strove for high ranks and was constantly cultivated. Immortality is his way to achieve the very top. The ruler also admitted that for the sake of his personal growth, he can do anything and pay any price. All this time his hands were constantly in blood. Many people suffered, guilty, innocent, men, women, and even children. Then, in order to be the only heir to the throne, Hu Yi deprived his life and his own brothers. A lot of time passed, and he dared to raise his sword and his father. The throne, flooded with blood, this is what led the ruler to his current achievements. The poor cook could not understand how this story was connected with him. He began to scream roofing felts from pain, roofing felts from his helplessness. The guy spoke out loudly that he had no complaints about the ruler, and there was no conflict. How he thought, but it was precisely these words that he heard from one of his brothers. But after the cruel lord killed him, because he considered himself a hungry wolf that would never come to terms that he was below others, the ruler knew that only he was right and no one else, therefore decided to finish this meaningless conversation and prepared to strike a mortal blow. The guy began to scream from the fact that his death was completely close, and a powerful impulse of fire had already reached a beaten body and covered it with a flame. Very quickly, the cook burned without a trace. However, his scream was still heard. One skeleton remained from a living person. It seemed that the fire settled in the bones of the poor guy. How Yi watched this picture, and the smile did not leave his face. The Lord seemed to be in his distant past and experienced these unique emotions. He continued to look at the charred body of the poor cook, and the Hao Xian looked quietly behind. The hero thought that purely accidentally saved the guy's wife and now save his own business. The young man of one did not understand why saving the innocent and using his magic card. He does not receive any award. Something outsider prevents him from doing this. The ruler again felt that he was not alone in the square. He turned to Hao Xian and asked if he was tired of watching this show. The Lord also spoke out that the hero seems not to be a simple mortal. Then Ho Yi again began to prepare a blow, and with the words that he does not care about the status of a young man, he still wants to die with him. Now Hao Xian did not care. He was tired of hiding his strength and forcibly looked for refuge in order to wait out the pressure of the enemy. The hero, more than ever, felt much stronger and wanted to cope with the Lord on his own, without resorting to the help of magic maps. The cruel Hu Yi decided that the young man was using primitive protection methods and was going to inflict another blow to the enemy. Hao Xian was bursting with a desire to participate in a battle against a living soul and not against stone. He accumulated his power so that the blow was as much as possible. Everything was so slow that the particles themselves were eager for battle and could not endure such a long pause. Hao Yi was the first to release in an opponent. He used a blow, 1,000 arrows in the heart. At that moment, countless fiery rays flew down to our hero. Hao Xian also did not wait long and followed the example of his enemy. The young man freed his crazy tadpoles, and those, headlong, flew to bomb and destroy. This battle ended very quickly, and the winner was our hero so far. His jellywekas destroyed the danger impending on their owner. The ruler was speechless. He was shocked. He never had to deal with a similar technique. The Lord refused to believe that everything was exactly broken. And Hao Xian himself was delighted with his abilities. He decided to take his words back when he thought that his power was an insignificant fake. But the Lord is not going to give up. He has already prepared for the enemy a new avalanche of invincible energy. Feeling a strong wind above his head, the ruler raised his head and saw that some incomprehensible collection of someone else's power was happening above him. Here Ho Yi cannot stand it and becomes very angry. He begins to scream towards the young man that his methods are not honest. But Hao Sheng sweat that he did nothing, and the secret attack does not come from him. The guy continues to say that his forces themselves provoked this blow. Meanwhile, dangerous animals have already united together. Without creating a long pause, they headed to the very center of danger. After the collision, a strong explosion thundered, stones and pieces of earth, and blood flew everywhere. To see the result, it was necessary to wait until the dust was lying. When everything was subsided, only a deep pit spoke of an exciting battle, at the bottom of which lay a piece of the upper body of the ruler. There was blood everywhere, and pieces of human flesh were lying. At the top of this artificially made crater was Hao Xian. The guy watched Ho Yi writhes in pain and does not want to admit his defeat. He constantly repeats that he cannot just die. Hao Xian looked very upset. He thought that this was some kind of evil plot, or even someone's evil joke. The young man spent almost half an hour near the dead ruler and still could not believe in what had happened. The hero checked his strength and saw that he became only a little stronger than before. But the fact that Hu Yi was dead and he needed to get used to this mission. He looked for a long time at the dying frozen grimace of the young lord and thought really this ruler was so weak. One hope was on the stone of his spirit, but he also failed the test as he was a dull, ordinary glass. Hao Xian only summed up that the early stage of his opponent was really too insignificant. The hero was even more upset because the mission was precisely failing, 100%. He did not expect that he would be so weak. Only wasted time. Two figures soared in the air. This is Hao Xian and the younger Ho Yi. They silently watched this battle. The future ruler asked who was killed and demanded an explanation from his new friend. Hao Xian will calmly answer the teenager that this item, which is in his hand, allows you to see yourself in the future, but only to see, not interfere. The Crimson Bell, which our hero received for the fulfillment of the previous mission, was emitting his ability. Then the guy moved to the explanations and told the young man that the corpse is a wimp, which he himself can become if he does not choose the right position. The young man was still impressed and did not understand what decision he would need to make in order not to be in the place of this corpse. Hao Xian continued his psychological technique. Now he wanted to know the opinion of the young man when he saw such a sad outcome. The hero recalled that he chose the very path to the post of Lord. The guy said that despite his efforts, the future ruler would be able to achieve only the early stage of the gold nucleus. But Hou Yi did not see any right solution anymore. How to remain with his opinion that he should capture the lord of the city by any means. He still believed that improving is rivalry, and it is difficult to argue with this, and the capture of the throne is the best solution for the acquisition of the desired resources. Hao Xin was ready for such a statement by a guy. He hastened to show the young ruler something still very interesting. He was interested to know what he would say after. Then they moved to another place that Hu Yi was not familiar. The guys witnessed some secret meeting or even quarrels. Hao Xian explained to the young man that now he decided to show him another temporary line, the future based on his own choice. He wanted the guy to look thoroughly at that. In the middle there was a man very similar to Ho Yi himself, and around him there were unfamiliar characters in dark cloaks. Without warning, they took out their swords, and together they were going to pounce on the man who was surrounded. The attackers were belligerent. One of them said that it does not matter how much they would suffer losses, but this time he could not leave them. It was clear that their meeting was not an accident, and once before they had to fight. Now that the bandits had a trap to their victim, they were going to finish the end to the end. Hao Yi kept calm and decided that it was useless to conduct any discussions. He was going to protect himself so as not to be dead. Having directed all his strength against the opponents who attack him in front, he watched how his arrival of arrows burned not only the living flesh of the enemy, but also their aura. Behind the guy heard the screams, which was not all over yet. He realized that he was preparing a blow from his back. Having focused on the rivals, he took the spear, which multiplied exactly the amount, as much as dark raincoats, after the Lord swung and released the weapon by directing him to his defense. Firing lightning hit exactly at the target, and each offender was pierced through. From the air, the point is that individual parts of the body flew, and as if bloody rain poured from a bucket. Hao Yi turned around and saw that the most talkative opponent remained, just like him as too cowardly and inexperienced. The Lord remembered his words spoken to him and decided to explain that Luke is his favorite weapon against enemies. Then, not wanting to listen to the answer, he sent his last arrow in a trembling guy in a dark cloak. The weapon created a through tunnel with its target. Hu Yi liked to watch how the victim writhes in pain and publishes the last sighs in his life. Hao Shen looked at the young man and asked what he was thinking about this. 13 half of the immortals were destroyed by him in 3 approaches. He explained that this power is much stronger than in that other temporary line. The hero knew what their difference and asked if he wanted to know this, and the young man. Hao Yi was very curious and scary at the same time. The guy understood that the techniques, habits, and details of the environment, all this could hardly be called a fake, because it all perfectly coincides. Finally, curiosity won, and the future ruler asked him to explain this reason for him. The hero said that in fact, everything is very simple and logical. The difference is very small. You just need to make the right choice. But such an answer did not arrange a guy. He demanded more detailed explanations. He was tired of thought up something. Seeing that the young man is really interested, our hero decided to speak all possible options for the outcome of the events in the life of the ruler. One of them was a complete renunciation of the throne. In this temporary line, he was invited not to participate in the struggle for power and completely leave Linjiang. Having taken this step, Hu Yi will be able to discover unusual talent with the help of which all his acquired artifacts can control. Once his talent will attract the attention of the master of control of artifacts in the Heavenly Palace, and the guy will be invited to become one of the students. By the age of 30, he will be able to reach such a level that even the genius of 1 year old will look at him from the bottom. How? Shen looked at his listener and asked what he was thinking about such a development of events. Is it really not clear that he would have enough talent without dirty deeds to become outstanding? Hao Yi understood everything perfectly and believed our hero. Now the matter remained to ensure that the young man would choose the right way to his future. And Hao Xian believed that the future lord would make the right choice, and gave him another advice so that he would get closer to outstanding personalities who could convey his priceless experience to him. The hero wanted Hu Yi to not waste time on meaningless battles that would not expand his development and horizons. Hao Yi was not at all necessary to answer. In his appearance, it was clear that he realized everything. Looking at his hands, the young man believed that he could build his future on talent, which he had deep in his soul. For Haoshan, there were also good news. A system sounded that reported that the mission was completed. The worldview of the young man is converted. Its potential energy grows. The hero remains to wait for his reward. When a picture with the image of Yan Zhang was in the guy's hand, he was very pleased, because this is the best card. In his collection, she was not the first, but the second in a row. The program told the hero that the first phase of the main quest has been completed, and now it is waiting for a restoration to its original body. He did not even have time to figure out anything how suddenly a ray came down from the sky, which began to raise a Hao Xian up. Everything happened quickly, and now the body separated from the flesh and continued its journey through the portal between the worlds. And the young Hao Yi began to resist unknown power, but still moved forward. Now his appearance has acquired other features. When the movement was completed, the forces released it somewhere near the city. This phenomenon attracted the attention of several residents who were engaged in their affairs on the market square. Where did our main character disappear? Where will he be after his restoration and rebirth? Hao Xian was in the galaxy. Nobody restrained his movements, and he could carefully examine the stars and planets around him. His attention was attracted by a black hole. Suddenly, his body was picked up by a cosmic wind and began to carry to the brightest planet. An unknown force added acceleration to him. She pierced the hero's body through and began to carry him down. Everything was very fast, and the Haoxian would fall to the ground. The ray of energy was fatal to the young man. Leaving a deep hole, some bones lay motionlessly there. The second stage of the revival began. The guy took his true appearance. Now his strong body has become even more powerful, and Pangu was waiting for his awakening. Finally, he opened his eyes. Hao Xian examined his new shell and got acquainted with the existing energy. So far, he likes me. After all, he had long felt such power. Was the system really sealing his original power all the time? In this case, in his past life, he often dreamed of dreams, where he accurately separated the clear one from the fictional. There, he was often the creator of earth and heaven. But what is the connection between these different lives? He listened to his feelings and realized that again, the feeling of anxiety began to pursue him. Then the head was ill. Soon, from somewhere in the Middle Kingdom, he heard a call. Someone invisible called him a brother and asked him to feel better. The voice fell silent, and not hearing the answer from Haoxian, decided to continue and said that more than 10 years have passed since they had not seen each other. This someone was very bored with the hero. Then a huge fist began to fall from the sky, and his voice warned that now he wanted to practice a little with a partially returning brother. The fist opened and there was a magic ball, inside which Medusa Gorgon was sleeping. The baby immediately woke up and freed herself with stretching. She had a great rest, but apparently stood up from the wrong leg. The view was not very angry. And the giant hand again went into the sky. Medusa was eager to take revenge on being kept in a trap for so long. She did not like that the offender again managed to get away from her. Somewhere nearby, she smelled exactly the same energy. The girl turned around and saw Hao Xian. It's fine, because the same aura comes from it, and now it will take its anger on it. Gorgon wished her adversary death, and aimed her power right on our hero. The guy decided not to do anything. Thereby, he will check his level of development. He just stood and waited until the female resentment collides with his protective field. He was not a need to hide. As expected, there was not a single scratch on Hao Xian. Such a turn did not delight Medusa Gorgon at all. After all, she was sure that they had to meet before. This could not but angry her more. It was difficult to believe that this was possible, and the baby began to prepare for another blow. Now the endless tentacles of Medusa fell upon the young man, which were charged with fatal current. The girl completed her second attack, and it was time to check how it worked for a guy. But again, not a single scratch on the skin. Medusa Gorgon did not see a single hole in defense of her enemy. It seemed to her that there was some kind of mistake in her actions. She believed that she was the hero and winner of this fight. It seemed that she would never stop. Hao Xian was waiting for his turn. He believed that he did as a gentleman, allowing the girl to try her hand twice. Now his turn has come. The hero did not even have to get used to the new body. He completely took control of his whole new shell. The guy clearly understood that he had enough one blow to the Medusa Gorgon to be completely destroyed. Hao Xian only did not understand why he had a feeling of anxiety that had turned out so smoothly to reunite with the new self. He even came to the idea that he has an invisible ally. And the guy began to carefully look around. At this time, the baby thought that while the enemy was hesitating, this is a great opportunity for her another blow. Suddenly, behind the hero began to open a portal from another measurement. Someone will appear very soon and will become the third in this battle. Medusa did not complete her blow. Someone's powerful power began to discard it a long distance from the main goal. This guest was Sun Wukong. The king of monkeys has changed so much beyond recognition. He grew up and became more adult. Only this experience did not add to the guy the mind. He was still the same boastful boy, whom our hero knew. The guys hugged, and Hao Xian honestly admitted that he missed his first student. But now they are together. Sun Wukong was also glad to see his beloved teacher. All this time, he was imprisoned. Then the guy said that all greetings should be left for later, because now they are waiting for a difficult battle of the teacher and student. Sun Wukong looked at his master and asked him to leave the enemy to him. He completely feels that he will cope with him alone. Medusa looked at two adult men, and it seemed to her that now her victory would not be so fast. She did not understand how they became so strong in a few days, but Hao Jian pointed to black silhouettes that soared in the sky. The Monkey King looked closely. He did not notice at all that they had appeared there. The dark figure began to take the outlines of a terrible knight in expensive armor. He had no reason to hide anymore, because he was already noticed. Noticing a sword in an Iron Man, Hao Xian also prepared his weapon. Very exciting. I wonder what this formidable piece of iron is capable of.